Hello, hello. How's everyone doing? Shrimpo. Hello. Vakarel, salut. Thank you for lurking. Hope everyone's doing great. We have more three-way BGs to do. And there was also some forum posts that I want to read. Hey, Tactical, how you doing? Could play some stamps rock. I don't know what to play though. I was supposed to set up the healer. I didn't do that yet. Don't really feel like playing healer today. I need a lot of stem deck. Maybe both blade. Do a BG on that. Need to also get some good BG so I can upload to upload something to YouTube. Good, how about you? Doing okay. A little bit tired, but doing all right otherwise. There were some forum posts yesterday. I did not read them. So Pts Week 2 summary and some Vengeance feedback thread. Could go with the forum post first. So there was some reply to this. I'll quick update for the weekend of Vengeance testing with the current population. We're seeing good performance on 3 for, but they don't have lock pops either for area effect healing gap and 6 for area effect offense gap. Given some of the feedback, we're now looking at gap of 6 for area effect healing and gap of 12 for offense. Why? It's gonna make everyone not die again. Or it's gonna take a lot more people to get kills in zero. Like, who's asking for more healing targets in zero? Who is asking for that? Vengeance or no vengeance? Like, what is the upside of that? Hey River, how you doing? This is miserable, BGs are do vengeance shit. Did all this cooking to only shit on PvP. It's a pretty rough week for PvP. For sure. Also, I've noticed a lot of the hype around the three-way BGs has disappeared. I've seen a lot of posts. Oh, it's not actually that fun. It's not as fun as I remembered. I've seen the same, like, that sentiment expressed so many different ways over the past few days. Like, people had fun on the first day. They had something different. All queued into PvP. In BGs, like, you had a lot of people queuing. You had a lot of different lobbies. And now, after a couple days, reality sets in. One thing you have is a liquor, don't want to do all day, it's not good for the brain. It's definitely not good for the brain. Can confirm that. Given some of the feedback, who asked for it? Like, who said increase the healing gap and increase the... like, they could increase the damage gaps, or... But I don't know, some of the feedback they're getting is... maybe not the right kind of feedback. Okay, it's the boring post. We have a more interesting one here, I think. Oh, also should change the playlist, I think. In case I want to upload it, I'm not sure if I do, but play some Skyrim music. Could performing and barely anyone there. Yeah, it's I didn't see above medium pops, I think, in Vengeance this time around, even though it's the only option besides PDs and IC. Hey everyone, welcome to our update 50 Pts summary for week 2. Like our week 1 summary, this post compiles a high-level summary for the of the update 50 Pts. Week 2 top feedback points and issues. Purpose of this weekly Pts summaries is to give you visibility into the main pieces of feedback and most prominent bugs we're tracking. Of note, due to the issues we ran into Monday with the Pts week 2 update not opening until Tuesday, we did lose some time for Pts bug reports and feedback. As such, this week's summary is a little lighter in some areas. Please continue to share your thoughts with us on these summaries. We'll evolve and optimize them over time with considerations given to team bandwidth, contents, and right level of detail. Thanks. Okay. Chance difficulty. Bug. Incorrectly allowed in player housing. Oh. Unusually high damage critical strike from light attack. Carryover from last week's Pts summary. Okay. Resulting in some light attacks hitting unusually high damage numbers while on Vestige difficulty. Does this work in duels? Like if you set your difficulty to Vestige and you duel people, or in PvP or any content, does it increase your damage right now in Pts? That'd be interesting. Unusual behavior with certain item sets and challenge difficulty. Okay. So I'm gonna guess this it's like some summon sets doing more damage to players who are high difficulty. Because that bug exists with blast spawns and pets. If you set your difficulty with the to Vestige, for example, you can take 300k blast spawns. Because those are considered Pve enemies and all the health and damage of those enemies is buffed, right? It's probably the same with some item sets. Separating players by difficulties setting, carryover from last week's Pts summary. Seen your questions and feedback about separating players by challenge difficulty setting. Dot, thank you for the follow. Thank you. The only players you see are those on the same challenge difficulty setting as you. Much of this feedback is grounded in concerns that players on lower difficulty will affect players on higher difficulty or in overland content, yes. There are two main reasons why this is not possible. Reason 1, our game is an MMO, we want players to play together. You can still play together if you have different layers, like WoW has layers, for example. Like, sure, a lot of people don't like layers, but if you have different difficulties, those difficulties should be on different layers. So I don't agree with reason 1. Reason 2, we cannot do this from a technical standpoint. Creating the instance of its own would be hugely detrimental to the game's technical health and adversely affect the entire game. Not just the zones with instances. Surely there's a solution to this. Even if it's getting new servers or getting new server architecture, there has to be some solution. You could do 300k blast spawns on some ball groups. Yeah. I don't think anyone would be too sad about that. See the bottom title on the patch notes, by the way? No, I can check it after. What the heck? Okay, that's a 5-minute timeout. Disgusting. I even have some actual coffee here. How dare you? 5-minute timeout. Voodoo, how you doing? 20k blast spawns, almost as much as whip. You could hit 20k blast bones previously. I've seen 20k blast bones in BDs. If you really build around them. Like full damage, but... When we get Necro rework, I wouldn't be surprised if they buff blast bone damage. If they make them stun or something would be even better. Necro needs a good stun. In the Grave skill line. Looking at your feedback, and this was identified when the system was developed, but one thing to remember is that this is not fundamentally different from the experience currently on the live servers. Players opting into challenge difficulty will have better experience most of the time, but in high traffic areas you may see a greater mix of lower and higher difficulty players. Even additional post with more detailed technical info here. So they're focused on the experience, but what about the ways to abuse the system? Because you get more gold and more XP. You can seize that if you have someone with low difficulty attack the enemies you're fighting and just insta-kill them, then you're getting all the rewards with none of the difficulty. That is the problem. That is the main problem. And Pve, how you doing? Zero mention of Templar Mastery is scary. Oof, I didn't get to that yet, but they do need to buff the damage ones at least. Maybe not the tanking one, but... Pve, how you doing? Nerfing damage from Sorc class mastery. Are they? That's not what needed to happen. Making the damage that their snare on hit like Arcanist Morph on beam wouldn't be bad either. Yeah, that could be interesting. Some control, like Graveyard could have a snare as well. Or maybe the Graveyard synergy could stun, for example. That'd be interesting. Class Mastery. Conservation of Energy bug. This passive was not applying healing via Bolt Escape and Smurfs. As it should. Will be fixed in PTS Week 3. Oh boy. I didn't even know that. So you didn't get the Dark Magic heal when streaking? Okay, well, another Sorc buff. General feedback and suggestions. Carry over from last week's PTS summary, we are currently reading through all your feedback and suggestions for class mastery. We are aware that certain classes are lagging a little behind, some are far too ahead. Yes. Some passives related to support and tank roles feel too low in comparison to DPS roles. It's probably PvE focused stuff here. In PTS Week 3 we'll be taking a pass on class mastery values and effects, largely focused on bringing up the effects of the classes near the bottom. Necromancer and Nightblade, that's good. That is really good. For PvP as well. Damage-wise they're not amazing, I need to move in game to not get kicked. While gently toning down the power of the high-end sorcerer. So they're focused on the damage passives. That's not really ideal if they just skip the infinite sustain and healing. Main focus is on adding new effects or power increase to support and tank class masteries. For example, Arcanist's Inkscribe's Verve will trigger a group-wide source of major force after activating. That's the you gain crux when you heal for a ridiculous amount, 750k. But it's healing and overhealing, so you can trigger it a bit easier than the recovery concept, for example, but it's healing also on Arcanist, which is all about just damage shields. It doesn't count as healing, last I checked. Oh boy. Also major force after activating, if people run this in BDs, Monomit gets less value. I don't mind that. That's a good change, but I think they should maybe reduce the amount of, or make it apply to shields as well. Reduce the amount of healing or just make shields count as healing. While Necromancer's Veil's Forfeit will extend the duration of any source of major vulnerability you apply. Okay, that's a PvE thing. Hey Gerant, how you doing? Nobody gonna run that in PvP. A shield support might. That's the one of the only options, right? Wait, let me check. You have the damage ones, and you have the sustain from the armor buff. But for a support, that's the only option, no? Unless I missed something. No, I think you pure class 100%. Okay, so Arcanist. Because you don't really care about the weapon spell as all of your shield scale based on max health. I mean, getting 3 Crux is nice, but this also generates Crux. I don't know if the value is realistic. And it should definitely be shields as well. Maybe shields count as overheal, but I don't think they do. But yeah, you'd probably run this and the maybe sustain. That's one ultimate as well, so you can spam gibbering more often. Every 2 seconds, one ulti. With decisive, that's not bad. When you get the passives right, and you kind of want to run like 2 Arcane skill lines already as a shield support. You want to run creative rune forms for the extra shield size and cost reduction, and yeah, obviously gibbering. So you only, like, if you were to subclass, you'd only change the damage skill line. I don't know. I think this is worth it over subclassing 1 skill line. But I might be wrong. Has to be tested. But Arcanist overall is gonna meh. I was thinking about that this morning. It's probably my least favorite class overall on BTS as well. It just feels weak in PV. Only an indirect nerf to Sorkin attempt to nerf Werewolf. But that's the problem. That's the main problem. Why I've been doing forum PvP a lot is because there's just people who are clueless about the game and why things are broken, what makes them broken. They see something that does really well on BTS, and they just cry about it in a general way. It's like, Werewolf 10k DPS. I died to Werewolf. Nerf immediately. And they don't understand why they can do 10k DPS. It's not because you have an execute passive. The passive is nice, sure, but that is not the main reason. The main reason is that you have infinite healing and sustain from the other class mastery. Because you won't be able to do that otherwise. Like, you get the equivalent of major vitality, or maybe even 2 major vitalities on every heal you do. But on top of that, you get that heal on every ability cast, right? When you get the dark magic heal. And you also get the option to do something like dodge soul for heal. And if you have something like God Gift, then you get a burst heal every dodge soul. If you play a werewolf as a like DK, for example, you don't have any of that. If someone kites you, you will die. Or you're forced to hold block, dodge soul spam, and run out of resource because you don't get the 2% of your max stats every dodge soul. And spam burst heal just to survive, just to out heal the dots on you. You have to worry a lot less about that if you play a Sorc Werewolf compared to DK Werewolf, Warden Werewolf. Or, well, you can probably do that on Necro Werewolf as well and Templar, because you get good defensive passives or class masteries from those. But those don't have any damage. Like, you don't get any value almost out of your, at least in case of Warden, out of your class passives. Whereas on Sorc you get physical damage, you get amplitude, you get regens, you get cost reductions, you get stamina and magical. So there's a lot of just imbalances between the classes. There's a reason why Sorc Werewolf is so strong. And something like DK Werewolf is more or less balanced, I think. Based on what I've seen. But when you don't have accurate feedback, then there's just going to be some nerf targeted to something else than what the actual problem is. And you're kind of fucked. That's why I hate seeing just clueless people on the forums sometimes. So discussion in the feedback thread just makes it impossible to get through, yeah. Killmanier, how you doing? Make it only work with Zork abilities. The sustain passive, yeah, that would help, I think. It would also reinforce the class identity. Shielding doesn't count as overhealing, you get one proc. Yeah, that's the problem with the passive still, which they need to fix. Of Arcanist, but makes you sad. Yeah, it has identity, it has the crux mechanic, it plays in a different way, but it's just not strong. It's annoying to land tentacles, it's even more annoying to land beam if you try to build around that. There's just not many good ways to play Arcanist. And the class masteries don't really help with that. You do a lot less damage than a Warden, for example, if you try to do the status effect thing. Let's see, run armor pots? Yes, also that. Temple Master passives don't carry over to Werewolf. They do. There is a way to proc it. You have one passive that gives you Sacred Ground when you block, and then the other passive procs from Sacred Ground. So if you get the block passive, then you can proc the Giga Healing one. But obviously you get 0 offense that way. You do have some offense from like Burning Light and whatnot on Templar, but you get more from Zork. And you still don't get the sustain. The Templar skills or effects. The Chappy one though. Why combat devs need to actually play PP at semi-high level of understanding and skill, or listen to people who do. And I know they from what I've heard, they do talk with people like Okui and Bane in the stream team, but do they have anyone who does like other content than Cyrodiil? Like any duelists or any like BG players? It's a very, very, very different meta in those environments as well. So you're gonna get like inevitably you're gonna get different feedback. Like dueling and open world are like completely different things balance-wise, but they do affect each other, because if you fight people in dueling builds in open world and they're too strong, then well, that also ruins the open world, for example. Screens that you put in the Discord? No, I can check it in a moment. What's up, hometown? And Jackie, hello. Eren, how you doing? Is your Maxsock range build in your website viable in BDs? Yes. Yes, I had a pretty shitty BG the other day with the Maxsock, but I realized something afterwards. My fucking add-on was messing with me again. I spent some time off stream. I toggled the fucking... I'll show it. I'll show it. Because I have this weave add-on, not for weaving. I usually have it just turned off or set to intelligent mode, but for some reason on every character it was set to sequential. And what that means, you can read it there, allows ability usage only after light attack has been performed. So very often if I was on my Maxsock, which is dual wield front, right, range build, I couldn't use my fucking abilities. Like, I could not cast anything unless I did a light weave with dual wield when no one was in melee range. And I was there like, oh, what the fuck? Why is nothing going off? Why is this not working? All because of some stupid fucking add-on. But yeah, I fixed it. I need this for the ground target block. I can show what this does, for those wondering why do I even have it if it causes so many issues. Well, if you have any ground AoEs add-on on this build, but let's say I had something like Graveyard or Liquid Lightning or something with Synergy, for example. I wanted to... like it double casts very often. Maybe not this ability, or did I block the... oh, I have it on. I'll set it off so you see the difference here. I can't cloak here. I still cannot cloak. I was out of magic there, but... I'm trying to cloak here. Now we can cloak. You see how much more it delays you if you're like just trying to get your ability to go fast. You kinda need that add-on. So while I should probably not have it to avoid unfortunate incidents, I also do want to have it when I actually play these builds, right? But yeah, a little bit of a rant. Yes, the Maxrock build does work really well. Kumihayuden. Talk to you since you play all classes. I would have a lot of feedback, but I'm not in the stream team. Love Okui, but he hardly plays anything not meta. No, Okui plays a lot of builds. He plays a lot of builds, but I mean, lots of DK, of course, but hey, so do I. I play a lot of DK, but he does have other builds too. But I don't know if Okui does a lot of dueling. Most of the time when I tune in, like, well, me too, like, I do mostly BTs, right? But I do test things on BTS, all the dueling builds and whatnot. I don't know if like, most of the people in the stream team who are, like, very PvE focused or housing focused or stuff like that, I don't know if do they have people who can provide that feedback at the moment? Fuketsu Hyuden. The balancing, it sounds like it. They should also consider PvP though. It's a little bit worrying that PvP is being ignored. Why not using stuff from Para on wait, which build? On the Maxorg? Because you get more damage out of the world. You get a lot more damage out of the world. And you're mostly, like, most of the time you're energy overloading. Also, that build kinda started off as a melee build. I had Blood Grace and Master Dwarvold first, but I switched that to Bloody Soul, which is just more damage. But if you switch to lightning stuff, then you don't have more damage anymore. Having an issue where you streak double cast. Don't know if it happens with streak. I haven't had that issue. I don't know if the add-on somehow prevents that, but I've not noticed that, except with the ground AoEs that you target. They need to nerf Dwarvolds. No, I think they need to buff other weapons and give reasons to use them. Unique reasons. I think overall, like, I had some ideas and talk about how they could do that, like, a couple of weeks ago, I think. But what they could do is just make every weapon do something unique and different. Because these passives are pointless. Reduce cost of your stam. Reduce your stam cost with 2H abilities by 15%. Why is this here even? Why is it not baked in the abilities themselves? You could have something unique that makes 2H competitive here. You could make the abilities synergize with each other, give, like, buffs. For example, after forward momentum, your next crit rush also stuns or does extra damage, or after you uppercut, your next executioner does extra damage, and then you could design a passive that's kind of like the decay passives. Like this one, for every Dragonite ability slotted. Well, what about every doubled or 2H ability slotted, you do 5% more execute damage or something like that. Or with Dwarvold, you would have a flat modifier to all of your Dwarvold skills. For every Dwarvold ability slotted, you would get, like, plus 200 damage or something. Would be really thematic for Dwarvold. Would synergize with the skills. Like, why not have that? No one uses these abilities. Or, well, some of them, but you can't really build around them. You can't really build around any of the weapon skill lines. And they do the same with bow. And Desert stuff and Resto stuff and all of them. Introduce more builds that are, like, thematic. Not best in slot, necessarily, but options. They should be competitive, I think. Because a lot of people want to do that. They want to play the game as, like, a two-handed warrior, or play, like, some Dwarvold character and use the Dwarvold abilities instead of having to use some DK skill line, which takes them out of the, like, immersion of playing your character, right? That's a big thing that they could do better. Gleandra, how you doing? What do you think about Zrock already being announced to nerf again? I don't like what they're nerfing with Zrock, if they do. I didn't read the whole post yet, but I'll... do they go into specifics here? That's a lot. Yeah, if they want to nerf damage passive, I don't think that's the right one. The one causing issues in PvP was the sustain one. Is that made Werewolf kinda OP in particular, but they could just make Werewolf not gain the class mastery passives, or any class passives, for that matter. It's gonna be a balance nightmare to try and make Werewolf fine on certain classes, instead of having one class where Werewolf is just instantly better because you run the same skills and probably the same gear no matter what you do. So it makes no difference, it's just, you just go for the biggest numbers passive-wise. Extra melee range on 2/8? Yeah, for example, but how would that help PvE? That's the only question. Double DC damage? No, I'd rather have them... DC can be, as much as it pains me to say it, it can be alright, Wrecking Blow as well. Especially with the one of the short class masteries that gives you a damage shield. Wrecking Blow is half a second cast time, and the damage shield lasts for half a second, so you get a shield for the entire cast time. So you can actually hold block, do Wrecking Blow, and either you absorb damage with the shield, or you're back in block, basically. With that passive. Range with Dual Front, are you landing Light Axe with Energy Overload? Most of the time you're using Energy Overload for sustain. On max Ox. I don't run Dark Magic, I just min-max the damage instead. Damage and tankiness. I don't think Dark Deal or Conversion is worth running. DC got a little stronger, would be DC Enjoyer all day. Next patch River, if they don't nerf the damage shield one, which I don't think is that much of an issue, the damage shield passive on Sork. If they don't nerf that, then that might be viable. So watching Sorks farm werewolves on BTS doors. Yeah, you can beat werewolves if you kite them. What's up in called them? You have to kite the werewolves, because if you have werewolf in your melee range, they do have a spammable with a burst heal. You can dodge all that, but you pretty much have to dodge all that. And keep in mind that if it's a Sork werewolf, then you also get the dark magic heal and sustain, and it costs like 700 stam, and does a lot of damage. So you simultaneously burst heal and do damage to your opponent as a werewolf if you can just parse on them and stay next to them. But this is a melee range skill with 7 meter range. So if you kite the werewolf, the only option they have to heal is the burst heal, which is 4.5k magical. And there's no like heal over times like on other classes. You have the claw heal, but it's not really vigor or anything like that. And that's it. So if you kite them, you can really press through the werewolves. Of course, if you fight a Sork werewolf, then they can spam dodge soul and burst heal every dodge soul and just get to melee range, and you can kite them, but it's not gonna make much of a difference if they have a good build and play it right. But that's a Sork class mastery issue, I think. Lone Wolf, how you doing? Miss your Dissident. Not sure if on Warden you can do DC really, it just doesn't make sense. Which is ironic, because it used to be the meta, right? So they want to buff Necro and Nightblade damage. Good. I think that's good for PvP as well. Or, well, gankers, but apart from the ganker builds, we'll see how that plays out. I haven't tested any gank setups on PTS yet. Technically you can just hit a lot harder, right? But you do lose subclassing and you get shadow and siphoning. So maybe you don't even have more damage than a subclass setup, when you think about it. So they can definitely buff Nightblade damage, I think. Chronic, how you doing? Sork is the new ganker anyway, buff Nightblade. Yeah, they should. I think pure Nightblade is just ass. But they also need to worry about Nightblade defense. I think the defense passive is clunky, it's very meh. Sork gets the same, but half a second duration on the shield. It's a lot easier to proc on Nightblade. You have to hold block and cast a Nightblade ability in order to get the dodge soul, which is still Not gonna mitigate any dots or undodgeable damage. Would be cool if they made the base morph skills more viable like in other games. You can choose between 3 skills instead of only 2. That is an interesting idea. It's a lot more to balance though if they do that. There is one case where you want to do that already. That's the if for some reason you run silver shards, I think the base morph is more damage if you're hitting a single target with major evasion. The single target morph is the pull and does less damage, so there's one such case in the game, but Empower. Many discussions and breakdowns of popular use cases were making some adjustments to the values of for certain effects that saw a reduction in power after the combat calculation changes with damage done to monsters. Most of these are not huge bumps in power that immediately make them as strong as they were in all cases. Loss of power is still highly subjective to many factors, should help them feel more competitive with other bonuses. Empower is the most notable increase, going from 70% to, isn't it 40%? Or am I crazy? Pretty sure it's 40%. Wait, 70? When did they change that? It used to be 40. So they changed that from 70 to 100. It's the same as off balance, by the way. Come with a stipulation that the damage bonus will no longer apply while the effect holder has Spell Spirit. To correct some of the extreme damage possible against players in PvPvE situations. Okay, that's good. Those builds were extremely cheesy. You had a build where you dropped the Arcanist Glyph. This was a long time ago, but they already nerfed the Trifocus, where you could drop the Arcanist Glyph that you could heavy attack, and that was a monster according to the game, so you could just one-shot people with heavy attacks, basically, or the AoE damage from the lightning heavy. 70% for a long time. Okay, yeah, you just haven't paid attention, I guess. Always running Velocity in PvE. They removed it from PvP. I also don't like that there's a buff that's only PvE. It's a bit boring, but not the biggest deal. We are also not increasing every bonus, namely Velocity, as its power offered is still quite dense even after the changes. Okay, so they are buffing some of the sets that they nerfed. Hopefully Unsoul, because Unsoul is it doesn't deserve a nerf, I think. Hey Random, Aiden. Which thread is this? It's on the PTS forums, I think. I'll link it. This is the thread we are reading at the moment. Hey country, Aiden. Dynamic encounters, favors. So you get more rewards. Okay. Ares Cry, bug. Track an issue where if multiple players have Ares Cry equipped and attack the same target, only one player will have the set bonus applied properly. I have a fix going in with PTS week 3 so that this set's damage over time can now stack between multiple wearers of the set. Interesting. Added context, I'll talk more about why it's interesting in a bit. Added context, we did this to remedy a design conflict with this set that stated you dealt bonus damage to targets with Ares Cry, but only after applying the dot, while also stating a target could not have more than one instance of the dot. This created a case where where the tooltip explained something that was not possible. Stipulation has been removed entirely, not only fixing the issue, but also greatly improving the usability with multiple wearers. Those mean the recipient could have multiple sets of Eagles dive bomb in them. We will be keeping an eye on feedback around both balance, performance, and the amount of VFX sound effects. Okay. So the way the set works, I'm quite sure, well, I'm 100% sure it's multiplicative on PTS in most builds, but the reason for that is because it's a damage done against a certain target. It's a unique type of debuff. So I wonder if they changed that, which would make it weaker because it's no longer multiplicative. if it's additive with things like shattered paths, for example, instead of 10% damage, you would get something like 3% on status effects, which is a pretty big nerf. So this has to be tested on PTS again. It works similar to Incap on PTS. Same, only one bird can attack. Would look funny if a flock of birds attacks you. I mean, that's possible again. If you have multiple people with the set. They are changing that. Motive sourcing, back to adventure, Geograph questline. There's no new items, no. Emerald tomes, bugs, patch notes error. Has anyone gotten the fully upgraded mythic yet? Been trying to find a screenshot of that, but haven't been able to. Wonder if it's worth running. Especially with things like Major Force being applied by teammates, maybe you don't want to run Monomyth quite as often anymore. Vengeance campaign options for live servers, carry over from last week's PTS summary. Hear your feedback and concerns about zero-deal queues on the live servers in relation to having only Greyhost and Vengeance campaigns open. We also acknowledge the concerns with Blackreach and desires from some players to retain a non-Vengeance campaign option that is not faction locked. We'll be paying close attention to queue times and population flow, and okay, so they just roll it live anyway. I see. Veterans is some UI feedback. Okay, I mean the UI I don't think is that terrible, but could be improved, of course. Vengeance perks. Less Vengeance specific rewards. Yes, I think a lot of people were not happy about those. Oh yeah, so they read the feedback basically. Werewolf refresh, animation, journal of bugs feedback. We're pulsing up various animations as feedback, and bugs are called out. Some of these in PTS Week 3. I sent some feedback about the jump animation and the lack of animation for Rampage, which is the ultimate you get as Werewolf now. There's no difference between Rampage and no Rampage. You look the same. So I think is ridiculous. Yeah, it's just empty in Vengeance right now. Feral Cruelty passive bug. This is the like weapon spell damage not applying. Will be fixed. Okay, good. Good. I think especially with this being fixed, I think they should really consider just decoupling Werewolf and class passives and class masteries. You get more damage after this fix. They could buff the other passives to compensate for not having class passives or masteries. So I think otherwise everyone's just gonna want to be a Sorc Werewolf. And if they fix Sorc Werewolf, if they nerf the sustain passive and other stuff, then maybe everyone wants to be a DK Werewolf. And then they nerf DK Werewolf and everyone wants to be a Sorc Werewolf again. There shouldn't be a difference. They're like, you should be able to have a strong Werewolf on any class. Like, period. Not playing in a different way, you have the same abilities and doesn't change your playstyle, really. Feet bending, distorting on certain bug. Okay, grappling hook and werewolf model. Glowing markings for ultimate morphs. Yeah, a lot of people don't like the glow, including myself. Team has some changes coming in PTS Week 3 for the markings on the werewolf transformation ability and its morphs. Originally, these markings were intended to provide an obvious differentiation between the werewolf transformation morphs outside of the visual cue of the direwolves on the pack leader. I want to make this differentiation between morphs obvious not only for better PvP readability, but because we received a lot of feedback from the update 49 Dragon Knight refresh that stronger visual delineations between morphs is appreciated. However, we have heard your feedback and have made the following changes to werewolf markings. The markings will now only become visible when Rampage is ready to cast, and they will remain visible for the duration of Rampage being active. Okay, so they do provide a visual for Rampage. That's good. That's good. It's a good solution, I think. Once Rampage is over, the markings disappear. The markings can still be used as visual aids to differentiate between the base ability and moves when they are visible, but they now also serve the purpose of better conveying when the Rampage ability is ready to cast. This will allow you to not have to look at your ability bar and notice the ultimate icon change over when Rampage is available to use. Nice. For those who wish to keep the markings visible outside of combat, you can build up Fury until Rampage is ready to activate, then leave combat. Will allow the markings to remain visible indefinitely or until you decide to cast Rampage. That's good. There's more counterplay to Werewolf as well, in a way. Desmus, this is off topic, but always want to ask you if you once had a red knightblade called Warbow. No. No, I'm very, very familiar with Warbow though. It's a funny one. And nope, that is not me. A blue version of the backleader markings has been added to base Werewolf transformation ability. Now I've tied the markings to provide a visual representation of Rampage's functionality. Want to ensure that the visual messaging remained consistent on all forms of the ability and was not exclusive to the morphs. Okay, so if you change the skin of the werewolf, you also get the markings if you have Rampage active. The intensity of the Berserker morph markings has been decreased. Continue to provide us with feedback on the markings. Okay. White Mayhem, trade pass and BP rewards. So we get more rewards during next PvP event. Or not. Or yes, in a way. Rather than being one of the only PvP focus moments on the annual ESO calendar, it will become a timely spotlight, frenzy of action that draws attention to PvP and ramps up the mayhem for a short burst of carnage and riches. So we see this trade of more frequent White Strike events paired with steady year-round PvP rewards through veterancy. Mentioned previously, the plan is to run White Strikes in August and November. Okay. Presario PTS issue. Bellspoon rewards. Thesis does not exist. More below, okay. This does not exist. I fucking refuse to believe that. I've done BG since 2017 and I've never gotten this. Dissertation and thesis will be much more rarely seen than the recipe. Finding one of these items is so rare that you can consider them to be a jackpot reward for odds of acquisition. More like lottery. It's like winning the lottery. That's the odds of finding the thesis. So where you get this at the moment is from BG boxes. I have not counted how many BG boxes I've gotten since 2017, but it's kind of rare, to put it lightly. Dismount while passing through, okay, bug. Trial motive at Siemens bug. Okay, and that's the forum post. They didn't really provide much details. There's another reply here. React posted does seem like very little of the PP feedback is being considered based on this post 100%. So main post points that should be addressed. Conservation of energy power level. The healing this skill can provide, especially when approaching 40k HP, is disgusting. Yes, it will out-heal everything on CMX every single fight, yes. Defensive power creep like this is not healthy for the game, and has the potential to lead to a very stale, tank-oriented meta. I'd urge caution when introducing things that heal and mitigate excessively, just as much as things that deal too much free damage. Oh, he's right. And this is what I have been saying as well. Like, this is the problem. It's not werewolf. Like, we can look at werewolf afterwards. Maybe there are werewolf setups that are overtuned, but I don't think so. Like, I think it's on par with DK when you take away this passive. I think it's on par with the rework DK, which is fine. Recursive Flame Firebrand, not even just in the context of dueling, despite that being all we can do test PP on PTS with this combination is just doing an absurd amount of free damage. Please reconsider the Recursive Flame passive to instead be some kind of percent modified dodge. instead of the current proc damage that it is. Again, it is not healthy to encourage so much free damage with minimal input. Yeah, like they are both kind of like Relican at the moment on BTS. And you all know how I feel about Relican. I don't think we need more Relicans in the game. But at the same time, I do like a Firebrand buff, because Firebrand on live is not Relican. It is a class set, but it does not provide even close to the same value as Relican in duels. So you have only that one option, but it should be different kind of value. I don't think we need another Relican. We just need some good set. They could buff the like heavy attack part of this, for example. And they kind of did on BTS. So maybe they could nerf the dot and keep the heavy attack as it is, where you can do some big bursts with Firebrand. And also recursive flame. The problem is that you stack it with light axe when you run Firebrand. They just get rid of the light attack stacking entirely for recursive flame. And maybe change the design, but I would start with that, I think. Form puzzle, how you doing? Just uninstalled the game, burned out. Thank you, Decimus, for all the builds and PP teachings. Was fun, but brain is burnt to a crisp. Need a break. Hey, hopefully you can chill and relax during the break. If you decide to play ES again, we'll be here, or any variety stuff as well. And my pleasure, man. I hope you can find things you enjoy. And maybe one day ESO again, right? It can be a pretty tilting game sometimes, but I do think it's going in the right direction, so it could be in a much more fun place. Next patch or patch after that. Recall him from 2014. His account name was Decimus. I was sure. No, it's always been. It was some alphabet soup. I have a clip I can show you after. Wolf PP guide. Never played PvP. I will once they get closer to final BTS. I'll just make a build video for the best in shot werewolf. No worries. But they might change things still on BTS. I don't want to make a build video again and then have to update it, because that was kind of annoying with the decay. Makes orcs blood magic, the heal passive scale off of magicka instead of health. That way it would be much weaker for most builds and not allow hyper tankiness. But what about stem sorks then? I mean, sure, if you had some alternative way to play as stem sork, but I don't know, you could still get some insane value if you had like 50k magicka, 60k magicka. And like, you don't need 40k health to survive. You can build around armor and 30k health and just go for a 50k magicka in that case. And then you also get the damage from stacking magicka. You're not gonna die with that. But the main issue with that passive is that it should work on sork abilities, not on every ability, not on dodge soul, not on bashing. That's ridiculous. Not on werewolf abilities, not on like blood for blood, draining slashes. LSS doesn't proc it because there's no cost on LSS, but Vigor cast, for example, gives you a burst heal. It's just too many applications at the moment. I would start by reducing the amount of things that proc it. Werewolf power level. You spent a lot of time in this post addressing all the visual discussion around Werewolf, but what about the extensive feedback about the power level? Well, it is mostly this. Especially in regards to Werewolf benefiting from class mastery passives and being a bit too oppressive with certain ones active. Yes. 100%. 100%. Would be really good to hear if the team is going to consider further adjustments here. Main feedback thread devolved into a mess of back and forth. There is quite a bit of solid testing that was shared there in regards to this. Yes, I may have played a part in that back and forth. But sometimes forum PvP has to be made. When people make statements that are not true, and then attack you when you prove them wrong, sometimes a little bit of forum PvP may be necessary. Just that tiny bit. And this is the point I was making as well. Werewolf benefiting from class mastery passes, Sork in particular. Some people just don't want to hear it, they just want to nerf anything that's new. The same person who I was forum PvPing was also crying about decay. It's like, no, don't buff decay. I don't want to see decay buffs. When it was the decay rework. Now they're trying to bring werewolf to the same power level as decay. What do you see? Like same person or same people, like there's surely other ones to crying about werewolf getting buffs. And when it's gonna be Warden rework, I bet you it's the same person and same people complaining about Warden. And it's like general complaints, not like, oh, this specific interaction is broken, or this skill is broken because it's bugged or something. No, it's just overall nerf it to the ground, nerf everything kind of feedback. And that gets you the wrong changes. That gets you unplayable classes, garbage game, garbage PvP balance. It's just, these people should just shut the fuck up. Like that's it. They should just shut the fuck up and let the people who understand talk about things. Simple as that. Want to follow up here. We do have some changes for all 3 items listed above coming in week 3 patch notes. Okay. So conservation of energy, recursive flame, firebrand, werewolf all getting addressed. Interesting. Taking a pass at addressing some of the power level feedback from the werewolf in addition to some of other visual elements. Full notes on Monday. Want to give a quick note that we are addressing some of this and will continue to evaluate feedback after the changes made next week as well. Okay, let's see what feedback they listen to. Hopefully it's not just, oh, we nerfed every werewolf ability and it's now just subpar Sork, subpar decay. I really hope that's not the case. I hope they target the things correctly. That'd be great. Also, I need to test things on PTS a lot more, but I'm worried that Warden, despite what I initially said about it, could be kinda broken. I might be wrong. I might be completely... I need to log back in, damn it. I might be just completely mistaken here, but at least on testing on the dummy, which I've done like at 5 AM, 4 AM, I didn't have anyone to really duel on PTS. You can get some crazy fucking damage with certain combinations. With like Ares and Asylum Inferno, or not Inferno, Lightning stuff in particular. Is it snowing there? Snowing? No. Why? Or it should not be snowing. I didn't check. It's not cold at least. One buffs for everyone and Sork new kit so we can pew pew. Yeah, I hope things will be balanced, but they kinda have a lot on their plate. It's 7 degrees, not too warm actually. But they have a lot on their plate with like class mastery, just trying to balance all of those, every class mastery. This is why they didn't, like one of the reasons why they didn't try to rework all of the class skills at once. Like even if they could, you just have too much for one PTS. It's impossible to get everything right. The way it's going right now, it's just a downward buff spiral. Everything will get buffed and buffed instead of keeping it steady and nerfing certain things. With the class masters, yeah, but maybe it's a hot take, but I kinda wish they didn't do class masteries. I kinda wish they just buffed werewolf in update 50. Like even if it means that yes, another patch of fucking decays and only decays until update 51 when you get wardens, but the class masters have way too much impact on the game. There's way too many things that can go wrong. And you're already seeing that on PTS. Should I adjust the rework ticket to the level of the current patch, then reevaluate it again when all the classes are reworked? But if you... I don't think DK is that much ahead of the others. It is ahead, like I'm not disputing that, but... Is it that much, where if you nerf it, you wouldn't see everyone running the animal as Restore in Light or Stormcalling again. Not sure about that. Or some, like, you just do Sork setups everywhere. Shriek, 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 left and right. Antelope, how you doing? So I think especially for open world, Sork does get pretty damn close to decay. Better in many cases. So you have the range advantage and mobility advantage. Increase the skill floor hard. Did it? Did it? I don't think it's that easy for new players. Like, you'd be surprised how many people fail at the Heart of Flame every 4 seconds and just run out of resources. Yeah, Vengeful Hayden. Let someone give me the short version of this, of the patch. Of the, oh, it was just a summary. They're gonna explain what they want to do next week. We get those notes on Monday. So next stream. So I polish shell tomorrow. Hopefully we get some cute BGs here. We have a Giant in green team as an Anarcho Goblin. This guy used to play Templar. Now he's a DK. Oh, I was supposed to show the clip. There's a funny Warbow clip from like many years ago. So I found him in a BG once. I think he jumped off the edge in a funny way or something in the Rothgar map. Don't know if I can still find it. I probably can't. Maybe someone else can. I have to close the browser to get FPS. I do have audio. It's a bit quiet. Also, I have wrong playlist. As much as I like the Expedition to 3 music. Yoink. That's an acid spray angle. Can we kill this with just a heavy attack? And a ball proc. Okay, good troll. Can turn this into Magicka always. Beat Jason. Okay, we sort on board all this. Has a streak, of course. We're fine. There's no resource to really fight then. Oh, you need to dodge all that. That's my bad. Man, the sustain is awful, even without the, or even with the Asylum Sword on board. When you can't do the heavies, like basically solo. I'll wait this out. Why do I have 0 fucking stand? I have Arteum active. I do have everything active. Sustain is just fucking awful. Okay, finally get the bot there. Let's get CC with him. You shouldn't be struggling here. I do have all the gear and stuff. It's just 0 sustain. Okay, I'm not fighting 1v2 here. them 1v1, I guess. Except not a 1v1 anymore. $40k health. Skip that. Skill that. Can try to kill this, I guess. Combo Proctorino. Ballista. Xbox Gamer, how you doing? Get the life tube there. As a spray angle. Too late to heal teammates. Any AD in IC? I have no clue. Maybe someone in chat knows. Just build him up. Magic him. Get our CC with him. Just heavy into pop-up. Can stay in the fight if I sword on bottle, but there's too many at this. Find a bowshot that clicked in the end. I found an alright bowshot with the Elite Torque. Surprise, surprise. It's always gonna be alright. But I need to test some stuff still. Maybe there's better options. And they need to fucking buff knife blade so much. It's not even funny. Or buff the sustain on knife blade. It's depressing. Who's depressing? I say this on the melee knife blade too. It has Heart of Flame. Like, it's not fun. Most of the time you use fucking 0 resources. This guy's 50k health. I don't know what you're supposed to do about them. Almost. Sweeping around too much. Rip Barone. Didn't respect the ballista. Posuk is one of those apps that you see the same 3 builds and they all feel kinda mid. And depends on the situation. But yeah. Yeah, my team bully had a lot of fun there. Wow. We screenshot another not totally not one-sided and balanced 3-way BG. Good thing about Vengeance Zero is Isaac gonna live on the last 3 days.
Does crawling around creepy caves
before he was fucked by everyone.
Then I have a job for you.
The thing with Icy is that you just have like right now you probably just have the bulk groups there, right? You don't see bulk groups in Vengeance really. You don't see the professional XV1ers in Vengeance because they just get farmed. So where do they go? They go Icy. So you have the most like cringe toxic individuals in that environment at the moment. So it is probably not very fun. 9.5k heavy. 10k Bowbrook. Always the most cringe toxic individuals. Yeah. I mean zero deal also, unless it's vengeance. Just always gonna be some ball group that shows up. Anything outside of Sniper, just as in vengeance. All 30 minutes in there. Sniper is the best class, I think, I'm pretty sure. But Janet was playing Sork the other day. Seemed to be doing alright with that too. Yeah, I think I'm kinda done with vengeance. Looking at what they're gonna do in update 50. Oh, anything that made vengeance fun won't be fun. So you're just gonna have the like subclass identity crisis in vengeance as well. For those who don't know, they add some new abilities to vengeance. They add these things called loadout skill lines. And what do you get from loadout skill line? Well, you can just have invis on any class now. You can have mobility on any class now. So any individual like or unique strength of a class is gone with the skill lines. So rest in peace fun. Let's play more Stam Dick, I guess. We need to make the class reworks to be 2 months rather than 3 months. Add those weapon reworks on there as well. Making us wait too long is not fun. Yeah, but I mean, if they could do it faster, I'm sure they would. They have no downside to releasing good content faster. It's just that they don't have time to do all of that. I think that's what it boils down to. Well, you're there too. Good duels, many people respected duels, did not interfere. Even student watched in IC. You must not be on any list then. Or were you on EP by any chance? So that would also explain. I think most of them are on EP. Turn place Vengeance needed to be ahead of the curve. No, I highly doubt that. If Jillian played Vengeance, a cloak would be garbage there instead of being a good skill. So I doubt that. Also, I should have checked the stam drain on the Night Blade and Mac drain on the Bow Blade. It's better in 8v8s, because in 8v8 you have more targets, you can always heavy attack something. In these stupid fucking 4v4s, you're just running around cloaked. You have like maybe some like 1 DK running after you, trying to uncloak you. And you just don't have any sustain basically. Like it's way too easy in 3v BGs for people to just chase on some like single target setups. Compared to 8v8. It's about team versus team as a lot more than running around solo and trying to 1vx. Okay, there's some cringe ID that followed me on Kick. I need to... I need to open Kick again apparently. Because I can't ban people on the... OBS multi-chat for some reason. Okay, done. What do we have? It's not in purple with Country and Darko. Okay. Well, we ignore the purple team. I guess we just ignore the purple team. This is a Dawnbreaker. The healer, that's a fucking healer, isn't it? Yeah. Can do some whips, but what is this PG man? What am I supposed to do here? Just 1v1 Dark or Geralt? Go for the two cranes here, who don't have a healer yet. It's not why I came to BGs. Okay, spot this guy. Get a heal there. Zahn. Real? I didn't get a heal from that. Let's get that whip before we disengage. Oi, wireless Satan. What am I supposed to do? Oi. Ace is how you doing? Go on a bashing speed today, whereas people hate being bashed. Yeah, bash builds are not super popular amongst the player base. Okay, we do have a Liperino here. He should have healed up. Like mentioned, there has to be a lot of work to be done there in the balance department. Either Nightblade or DK, or you gimp yourself big time. Yes, and they go the wrong way with that. They give everyone Nightblade skills and everyone DK skills, everyone Sorc skills with the loadouts. So you basically have subclassing with the loadout system. Or with the loadout skills that they're adding. So I think it's a terrible way to balance things. I don't even want to get 2v1 here. That was terrible, it is terrible. It is actually terrible. Well, I think worse than healers, bash builds. Not to self. Update bash build. Oh, I see why. I see why. It's because Immerke was bullying you with the bash build yesterday. I see. I saw that. Back to everyone one build, Andy. Exactly. That's fucking terrible. It's one of the few good things about Vengeance. Is that classes have identity. Leap, hello game, what the fuck? Ay. Why does this happen? They have the healer now, I can interrupt something there. This might be also a next patch angle for this build. If you get the firebrand like matching the fucking dot damage we would have. Just try to not hit Giant here. So we have to deal with the greens. I think his health bar is bugged. It's Arcanist thing. It's actually not 0 health. Also, why is Giant playing Arcanist? How did Triot convince him? Oh, what's... I'm getting... Hello. What UI? UI is mostly Bandage UI and Strandar. Also, this the skill bars and stuff. These are fancy action bar plus. The add-ons page is a little bit outdated, but I will show you off the BG. Just have a moment. Okay, another very balanced BG here. Guys, 3-way BGs always balanced, never one-sided. Dutch, thank you for the raid. Thank you. How was your stream? Welcome everyone. There's some Stam DK at the moment. What were you up to? I'm gonna do more Stam DK BGs. It's one of the more consistent builds at the moment. So I'm about to go watch the football game. Ooh, wait, football, European or US football?
The Ivory Brigade has need of you.
Which game? Oh, okay, it's Champions League, or I don't really... I used to watch football when I was younger, but not so much nowadays. Oh, okay. I see, some Premier League. It's been easy. Okay, we're gonna start a fight here in Twitch chat. So I'm sure there's some Newcastle fans as well. But yeah, I'll show the add-ons here. Most of them are listed on the website, I'm getting, but I have some new ones as well. Like Fancy Action Bar Plus, this new. To update the website. It gives you the skill bars. Otherwise, I think it's mostly up to date. Get my friends invite? Oh, I need to log on NA. I don't get it on EU. But, unless you had me on EU. I didn't log on NA since 2 days ago, 3 days ago. Yeah, I'm on EU. I do have some NA characters, but don't play them quite as often. Get gig upping over there. It's still playable, but I would have to farm the subclassing skill lines. So I didn't do it. Not playing the highly popular Vengeance. Okay, let's see how popular Vengeance is. Okay, actually medium pops high pop. It's the most population I've seen. It's a decent amount of players, I guess. At the moment. The last few days it was at most medium pop. Which is more than Grey Host locked, to be fair. Because I think one bar is 300 in Vengeance and the Grey Host pop cap is 360. So if you have medium pop, then you have more people than in Grey Host. Because it's fun. Arcanist? How, okay. Explain. How do you have fun on Arcanist? No, Dixie, how you doing? All my Nightblade mains make Bass weaving their whole personality love Vengeance. What? Wow. Why do I feel... okay, I don't Bass weave that often, but... Wow. What's wrong with Bass weaving? In Pure Soak and Pure Aga at the moment. Oh, you're kinda preparing for next patch then, I see. Next patch Arca though is... like, it's ass. It's just ass on PTS. I really want it to be good. I wanted it to be the status class next patch. With the class set and status mythic, but... you do like 50% more damage as a status warden. It's so dumb. Let's OP in Vengeance 1v1s. Okay, but as a Nightblade, use casting path and cloak, and good luck, Blar. No pull, no mobility. Generational hate what's on Arsenal incoming. What's up, Sam? Defeated Inventions 1v1 new player. Easiest game mode of all time. Actually designed for wheelchair gamers. Wow. Stability was on Newcastle born and bred fan, so Arsenal is probably gonna wipe our ass. Drink, throw it on. What are the chance of getting advice on a build you cooked? You can link me after and take a look after BG. The Decimus GVG arc, when I have a group. But you kinda need to play PvP a bit more regularly with the group as well. I don't think you can just invite people and play on a high level. You need to kinda practice the GVGs as well. Stian Didum and Kokra, insane foremen. You know Kokra's gonna show up with Maligalik, right? And Polyvorm as gonna heal her. I love Kokra, but he's gonna do that. 100%. You cannot control what Kokra does. Kokra does what Kokra wants to do, not what is optimal. Kick Kokra and take Riot instead. No, I would love to play like just chill PvP with Kokra, but maybe if he wants to take it serious, could do some GVGs. Or like do some non-serious GVGs. Oh fuck, okay, I can't really help there. Should we go upstairs? No, let's go this way. Didn't get a heal. I didn't check the teams either. No. Can't stay offensive there. Bonk. Get the Heart of Flame active. Okay, so I lost last 2 BGs. Now my MMR is shit. And I get the seals, right? Is that how it works? Yeah, I'd also like to... Oh, we get Vengeful in the opponent team. So it's definitely a seal BG. Okay, let's help Vengeful out a bit. With the Reno. This guy's cooked. Rockets. Interrupts something, not sure what. No. Why did I not get a... Okay, I didn't get the wings there. Should be in a CC there. Elite hello game. Are you gonna dodge soul? Just refuses the cast. Don't even have the add-on enabled. Wait for the roll. Have a old beast on here. Dude. This guy's alive way too long. Oh. 1v1 Vengeful Fields. Oh, wait. Maybe overkill leap there. Maybe a little bit overkill. I see I have the Giga team again. My team has 48 points. I don't wanna see how many deaths they have. Koron? Okay. Bye bye. How's that 200 ulti? Hey Scarits, how you doing? Any Hustems or funny names today in BGs? No, I have not seen Hustem. Or any particularly funny names, I think. Fun detected, fun rejected. Yeah. I mean, that could have been a fun 1v1 to do. But this always happens in 3v BDs. You have steal the third team, you show up and kinda ruin it. I'm gonna let him live. Don't wanna be cringe there. Just hold block. Block is so good against DK now when you have the add-on or the tracker. He doesn't wanna fight either. There's a few of them. At the moment you see Saturn rocks, you just dodge solo. Gonna heal with the Twilight, I think. That's leap. Or Wings coming, there's 3 coming. Leap. What am I saying? Okay, bye. How's that 200 ulti? Running out now? Okay, I guess now we fight here. Do heck. Hello. I don't wanna leap you. Giga BG. Not the queue against your Vanguard build today. No, not again. Not the Vanguardian. Anything but that. Vanguard conspiracy in 3v BG. Pulled up with the same build all of a sudden. Wait, there's more than one. No. It's gonna die to dodge, right? No, he's not dying to dodge, so we have to manually kill him. Now I'm very out of resources. We're fine. I think the purple spawn though. They might be stronger on Loco. Where the sword go? Now he just leaves. Dude. This is the Sweden. I was not looking for update 50. Really, just like in it is at the moment, but they do want to buff it apparently, based on the BTS feedback For weekly summary, they read the feedback and they want to buff the sniper damage, which is good. With the ball. Okay, I didn't get wings there. Maybe I should move wings to the front bar. Maybe it's just better there. Could try that. Stick Saiden, hello. Working fairly well, just wondering if there's options to min-max. Let's see, what were you up to? Is you right, or... No, this was the previous video. So is the league, we'll never hear the end of it. Competitive FPS background, the ping on EU is already atrocious. Yeah, ping does make a huge difference, unfortunately. Like I'm getting below 100 here on EU, but on NA it's 300ish, or it's between 200 300 usually. I think even what I have is too much. Oh look, it spiked to 300 for some reason. Against class side in this one, but it plays like us. Yeah. I'm just not garbage at Arca anymore. Like pressure playstyle. Yeah, I just wish it was stronger. It just feels like a playtest for a new game, not one 10+ years old. Yeah, and they're kinda ruining it. That's the problem. Like, they're making it worse, not better. With the upcoming changes. And to have stable 12 ping to other servers located in Frankfurt. 12 is pretty decent, You're against me? Yup. Seen trifectas and groups. We did get the last dozen trifectas yesterday. Did Red Cellar and Red Petal. Red Cellar first try, Red Petal second try. Almost first try. Kind of a blind run as well, I never did the hot monster. Cocker will listen to you? Doubt. Same way he listened to you when told him to slot combat prayer. Kokra is uncontrollable. See more to it, especially on NA. Yeah, on slot can be good. I think Oku's been running that on his DK. I think a lot of people have started kinda copying that. He's doing Fast Strider. Good set. Very underrated set on DK. But I think you get even more value out of it if you run leap though. So anytime you leap, you activate it. Anytime you capitals in with chains, you activate it. So basically when you're bursting, you have the tankiness and the extra crit damage. Love a good drive, not wrong. I have 0 dual ult builds at the moment. More drive streak candies around on NA. Hey Ramiro, how you doing? Oh, you saw Hastem earlier. Uh-oh. God, it's gonna start queuing BDs with Vanguardian now. Doesn't know. Probably best for Nipet main to stick to subclassing for now. For now, until next patch. I think next patch you do want to get the class masteries. Because right now you usually, if you play Invisco Sniper, you subcast one skill line. So you keep Assassination and Shadow. I think next patch, because of the class masteries, you poly just get Siphoning instead of Ardent Flame. You lose the Whip, you lose the Heart of Flame sustain, you gain Siphoning, which is not as much sustain, but you also gain the crit damage and the stronger heals in Execute, stuff like that. What the fuck? Okay, that's another timeout for Reaver. Disgusting. Just absolutely disgusting. Mods? Do we have any mods here? That's a 2-minute timeout. When you name around calling you a seal. Didn't make it to 2k RP this season. Instantly demoted to a seal. True, true. You're a seal until you see Natty Nat in your lobbies. Like the only League streamer I watch sometimes. You can listen hunting Desi in BDs. And you in BD, true, true. Unvengeful. He likes Vanguard. A Chipster, how you doing? Is there ranked battlegrounds now? Oh, unfortunately, no. The way the system works in ESO, you have a leaderboard, but the leaderboard is just how much you play. It's as competitive, there's nothing competitive about this. It's something that people have been asking for since 2017 is like, or 2014 is some ranked PvP in this game. They could do it. They could easily do it. But they haven't. But hopefully the new team will, because last summer they got a new leadership at SOS, and since then they've been making changes based on player feedback, and like the most requested things have been getting added to a game, and they do make some good changes recently. So hopefully one day we see ranked 3v3s or 4v4s. Hopefully solo shuffle like in WoW. That'd be amazing. Would fix the matchmaking issues as well in solo queue.
Hello there.
Already don't do damage. Oof. Vanguard countered instantly. Queue up. I'm gonna change character. Enough stam decay. Get any funny whips there? 13k. What's the most crit resistance again? 4.6. 6k. It's with the rallying and the Force Rider. Next patch you run Firebrand though, unless they change things on BTS, but it stacks from the Shatter Spike, stacks from the Disintegrating. Gonna stack it super fast on this build. No more Fast Rider, but should be worth. So win-loss ratio, yes. Need a kills leaderboard, would be enough. It would be an improvement, but I don't think it would be enough. There should be a matchmaking system that's just simple win-loss. And then they need to rework the formats and maybe do shuffle for like the 4v4s, maybe make them 3v3s instead. Okay, let's do a proper max rock BG, because I didn't really do one last time. Because of this stupid add-on messing with things. I got some 9 CP decay, hit you for 17k. Oof. Did you die though? Said more than 17k health. You need to kind of line that up with the incinerate and auto flame, I think, too. Actually, use one of the Vanguardians. Oh, you did? Rip. DKs do kinda hurt. Is this Rocket is gonna go live, especially if the direction they went with was to make sure the same broken mastery correctly worked on Streak. I hope not, because they did mention in the response to React's post that they've heard all that feedback. So we'll see. Oh shit. It's Vengeful and Reaver in purple. Giarnet in green. We get Kandri. On, is that sales report? I saw the health. Yes, I'll throw in a quick cloak. Team average 23k HP. Enjoy. We can hunt Shunji. Yeah, I don't know if we're fighting that. This we can fight. See how the wings. Oh no, look at that. I can actually use my abilities without having to freaking light deck. What the? Oh. Oh. No fucking way. I did a hardcast frag there just for the fun of it. And stole Jiren's skill on a guy who went behind line of sight. It's totally deserved. Nice, who's dead. Alright. Can't risk got this, but it's a... No, we have to kill the healer. Now the DK. It's rolling a lot. Hey Alex, how you doing? What's the correct way to use armaments? Every time you try them, they feel underwhelming. You kinda wanna spam them, like you need to play a pressure build, I think, with armaments. For them to feel good. The best thing about armaments is that they're really cheap. So kinda every time you cast it, you not only have a high value like spammable basically, but you also gain sustain wise. But yeah, usually like when it comes to stacks, I do try to build towards 8 stacks, unless I can get a kill with them. So like here we have a lot of stacks, I can just send it, then go for another spammable. It dodges the tractor, unfortunately. We get 4 stacks there, it's gonna result in a kill. We just use the armaments there instead of a spammable, which would not necessarily get the kill there. Also keep in mind that you do get the major crit for buffing them, but don't treat it like a bow proc. It's not gonna one-shot people. It's gonna be high pressure instead. Ooh, if we can fight them. Do some KLSs. Hey. Let's kill the deep guy. It does have wings, but look at the pressure, because we have the disdain and all the status box. Like even through the wings we can... I didn't want to streak there, so I changed the direction, but I was just running. Because I had a YouTube comment asking like how do you deal with TKs with wings on Zork? If you only have direct damage, if you only have if you have a burst build basically, you can't. Or you can, but it's super difficult to actually find the window where they don't have their wings up, right? But if you play a pressure build, you force a lot of heal over times, and they might not have time to cast the wings. Like here he's just struggling to survive, even though he's casting wings. What's the Magma Cell? I think he has Magma Cell, yeah, he's taking only a small damage there. I saw the animation, but you don't get the alert for Magma Cell. Only get it for Koro. Oh, with the add-on. Trying to fight for the flag a little bit, but it's me and Country here. Can I kill him? Oh, rip. That's else I can do there. Do we have the bomb? We do. I don't see the timer though. Oh, it's here. We can fight here, but let the bomb go first. Until it gets interrupted by some seal. This one is Pure Shock. Oh. That's why you can't do one in Pve Pts every time. Every time. Well, you can't really do them in team versus team either. There's too many interruptions. So we have to deal with this first. Just gonna die the full damage. Nope. Wait, we can try a funny thing. Did I get the bomb? No, it changed the color, fuck. I do like these maps. Like some of these old maps a lot. I think the bomb portal is fun and you can actually speed jump here. Okay, my keyboard is going crazy again. I don't know why this happens. Are we fine now? I think we're fine. Yeah, you can speed jump in most parts of this map. You see this like flat terrain? You do the jumps. What's the timer at? 3 seconds? Fast? No, where did my frag go? Disappeared. Kill the healer. Healer down. Hit the Twilight. Can't really recast the Hurricane here. We lose too much pressure, I think. Now we can kill Country. Is that oh, that was 1v1. It's on the flag though, but I don't really care about the winning in Pve Pts at all. You get a box even if you get last place. And when you see people who are like the worst team winning so many PTs, why would I care about winning in this game mode? Like the teams that just ignore PvP win so often. It really kills the motivation to even try to win. Wait for the roll. You have to leap off. If there wasn't line of sight. Still throw the armaments, even if he LOSs. Not gonna knock me down with that. That was a whip, I believe. And he's dead. Step the fall damage. Mid-Titan. Key getting stuck? No, that happens every now and then. It's just randomly. Mostly in ES, so I don't think it's happened in other games. Like just random keyboard inputs start happening. It's like the keyboard has a stroke or something. Like every couple of days that happens. No idea why. Also, they fixed the bugs in this map. You don't have any teleports anymore. Oh, I guess Janet was fighting the purple team. A new team did literally nothing. Oh yeah, 0-0. Welcome to Pve Pts. That's another screenshot. Bam. This is what you get in Pve Pts. People run to flags, they don't fight back, they don't heal, they do nothing. They only run to flags. Ignore PvP. And then they vote on the forums when there's a poll and they're like, oh, I love 3-day PTs. They're so fun. Always happens. Your Arca not working. Yeah, pure Arca is tricky. I think you're always gonna be at a disadvantage. If you play the class a lot and you're very used to your build, you know how to play the game, you can get decent at it. I don't doubt that. But what if you did the same on DK right now? Or on Zork? It's gonna be a bit of a difference, right? In power level. But yeah, that's the more than usual PG with this max Zork. So it definitely works in BDs. Very fun build. Got 10k frag even. On whom? We almost bombed Jared. Teach you a lesson, old man? What lesson was that? Need a bit more damage. Arcanist or? I think Arcanist needs more sustain, more survivability. When you don't build for the shield support. The shield support has the survivability. But otherwise, like all of your defense is max health scaling. You benefit that much from focusing on like 30k health and weapon spell damage and all that usual stuff. One thing you like about 4v4v4s, all the new DKs thinking the class is gonna carry them through matches. Keep running into super teamy DKs. I think there's a lot of them. That's why I don't think the skill floor is that low on DK. Because a lot of people still struggle on the class. And I think when I play DK, I think it's higher APM record than on this Zork, for example. Like, Zork is also high APM, but DK I think is even higher APM. Is there any add-on that shows APM actually? That'd be interesting addition to stream. Could check the VOD and see like which class takes the most APM to play. And which one is just the most brain dead, I suppose. Because I think that's a good metric, right? Hey Kokra, how you doing? Hit 3-way BGs. What is this? Oh yeah, another balanced 3-way BG. Yep. Purples had fun, I'm sure. Oh, but look, the score is balanced. The score is balanced, guys. 0 kills in the purple team. Like, we're looking at different things. You're looking at the score, I'm looking at the KDR. So, like, who cares about the score?
You there. The Ivory
In 3-way
Brigade has
BGs.
need of you.
Chris, how you doing? Any tips for sustain since the update? Struggle, wait, I need to scope. Struggle with it on other classes besides the decay. So sustain is it's a combination of, okay, you're gonna get a very, very detailed and at the same time complex answer. Sustain is a combination of your defense and how your stats are allocated, or your skills are allocated. You have to strike a balance between magic and stam costing abilities. You have to kind of evaluate them on CMX. See like what's draining your sustain and how you get your sustain, how much is base regen worth, stuff like that, and then you need to find solutions based on that. Sometimes there is no good solution. Your sustain is just gonna be ass. But on Sork, for example, if I need more sustain, I would slot Dark Deal or Dark Conversion. But because I have the energy overload and the skills are allocated in a way that allows me to use magic, allows me to use stamina. You have a cheap ability, you have a cheap ability when it's procced with frags as well. And the tripods, you have to also look at like what potions you have available and when you use the potions. The sustain is it's a complicated issue usually. On DK, of course, like you use max stats and Heart of Flame, and you do that every 4 seconds or so, but it really depends on the class you play and what kind of build you play in. But the easiest way is probably just changing the skill cost that you have. If you have too much Magicka train, then maybe try to find a way to use stam abilities. And if you have too much stam drain, then the other way around, right? Some other ways to get easy sustain or free sustain. You can do Templar, Restoring Light, Animal Companions, very popular. Get nets. Also get regen passive here, so if you run Ochoga, nets and Rune, you're probably fine sustain-wise. But yeah, depends on your build, ultimately. Got screwed with matchmaking. Yeah, that happened to me the last 3 BGs or something. Everyone in team 0 kills and super negative, but oh well. Sometimes happens after breaking free from Warden Charm. I have to release movement keys and repress to get them to register, like keyboard desync. I didn't get the Warden Charm though, that happens without anything happening on my screen. Sometimes. Sole purpose of domination. Wait, what is the flags or getting kills? And that team was wordless. Oh, you mean to run into flags, right? And just, but you should fight for the flags, I think. Otherwise it's not really PvP. That's what Team vs Team did well, is that you would fight for the flags at least quite often. Not often enough though, I think Team vs Team there should be less flags and they should take longer to flip, so that if you see a flag flip in, then you can get to the flag before it's flipped. And you can fight for it. But that's a design issue in 2-way BGs. In 3-way BGs, I don't know how you could design it in a way that doesn't result in people ignoring PvP. I only play DK right now, just want the box. But you get it for the last place as well. At the moment. Don't like DK at the moment, I see. We choose the BT mode we wanted to play, everyone was just playing deathmatch, so they stopped that, yeah. I can understand why, because like there's probably some players who want to play the other game modes, myself included. Like I don't in Team vs Team. I don't hate the other game modes. I actually prefer them over deathmatch, because if it's unbalanced teams, then deathmatch is the most unbalanced one. Because everyone's just camping outside your spawn, right? Because that is the objective.
You there. The Ivory Brigade has need of you.
In objectives, you could get smaller fights, and you could still try to win the game. I'm really excited for Monday's rock nerfs. I hope they don't overdo things. It should be targeted at... oh look, we have Hustem and Country. And this guy I recognize too. Oh, GG. I don't recognize anyone in opponent teams, sorry. Actually, I had some of them in previous PDs, they were kinda squishy. This is the no PvP person. They have Archeon in green, but Archeon alone... Probably not gonna have too great of a time. Yeah, no, well, GG. Balms teams. They playing support. I was supposed to make a Templar healer today. Maybe I'll still do that. Maybe now I feel like playing healer a bit. I set up the build on editor, but not in game. Objectives and divergence grind on the forums. Yeah. If the team was team, they were grind for the return of the 3-way Pts, because it's never enough. It's just never enough for them. Oh right, I have the wings on the front bar on this build, can't remember that. Let's see, what is this person gonna do? That was a self-heal, I think. It's guiding the off-balance. Off-balance now. Hello. That beautiful balance PG. Healing beam, okay. That's not the greatest thing. Just bonk that. Ooh, that's arm. We'll find though. Sneaky, sneaky, sneaky. Wait for the ball. Oh, he got seated by teammate there. He's gonna do shattering, but... don't know what he's doing. Is lock source APM? But there should be... there was an add-on that you showed it at all times. When you play on the screen, that'd be cool. Don't have the ballast there. Still have a lot of health pain duration. Okay, he just gets one shot by 15k whip there. I don't know what to do about this build next patch. You kinda need to build for dots. With the passive, I think. Evangelion Online, thank you for the follow. And thank you. That's here, I think. Maybe not. Not really the tankiest. I didn't dodge out the Saturn Rock, so he doesn't have the add-on. So next time I CC, I don't need to do the wings there. Some mind games. Bhakti Paulas. Do need to do the Out of Flame here though. Do you have a Goron? We can send. Wait for the wall. If I could just fucking land things would be nice. Oh, it doesn't dodge either. Why do I even CC there? There's no way this guy rolls or CC breaks and survives the wings. It wasn't blocking during beam, so I didn't need to do that. Ay ay ay. I need to play this build more, so I'm not playing it correctly. I play support. I find it boring most of the time, but it's funny sometimes if people really try hard to kill you, and you have to actually pay attention to survive. But if you don't, then it's just boring. You're like surrounding behind your team and healing them. Oh well, GG. I guess teammates got bombed there a few times. Another balance PG. People just left in both teams. Like, nope, fuck this, I'm out. Understandable. Last team screen? Yeah, here's 8k weapon damage and barely deal damage. What are you running on that? Pve for stand. Fuck no. I don't like again. Like they need to balance this a lot, but I don't mind it as an event. I think it's a good idea if they have a lot of different events each year, like the White Strikes Mayhems and Vengeance should be an event. Pve Pts should be an event. So you constantly have these like events that people jump into, because then you have different kind of like you have some variety in the gameplay. It breaks the monotony of things. But maybe 1 week is a bit too long for an event like this, unless they fix some of the issues, but I don't know. Templar is the easiest. Right click on Rune. Yeah, Templar is definitely one of the easier things to play. What's been others? Merhaba. Losing 3 BGs if everyone is perfect. Wait, what? The scores? Dogs PPers hate when everyone gets win XP and box. No, it's quite the opposite. If you always get the box, that's fine. People can stop crying about match balance because they can't win BGs, and if second place is enough, then they're happy. Well, if you get box, no matter which place you get, then that argument goes out the window. Guess about scoring any BGs. I did when win rate mattered in the team versus team. I could pretend it was competitive, but I can't even pretend it's competitive with 3-way BGs. I can't even care about the objectives, because you see too often teams that have the worst players win the BG by doing no PvP. So it makes me just not give a fuck. Simple as that. Well, previously I would give a little bit of a fuck.
Hello
Not
there.
too much, but a little bit. Lobby PGs, then when you walk around, with 200 Mac recovery. Yeah, they're bugged at the moment, the below 50 PGs. Hopefully they fix those. the scaling there is bugged. Don't use any skills, run to option. No, don't listen to Kokra. Roxa gives the necessary boost to sustain. Roxa is an option, yes. If you can't run Rest, for example. If you think you get more value out of one of the 5 sets you run. Usually if I run Roxa though, then I always consider Elite Torque at that point. So that means no Baylog, and wouldn't you just get more value out of... unless you don't need tankiness at all, then you go to offensive sets and Roxa perhaps. But if you do Roxa and let's say Rallying Cry or some other defensive set, maybe at that point just Elite Torque. Unless you have some proc set that you really want to build around, like Gotif. Upthought, never considered to look in CMX for drain. Yeah, no, it's very important to figure out like what's the reason you have little sustain. Like maybe you're dodging too much, maybe you're blocking too much. That's the reason. The Magicka blocking, I think it's this one, the unknown, but I think I have Inferno stuff, right? Yeah, I have Inferno stuff on this build. But if you use Ice stuff, then unknown is also Ice stuff blocking. Worth keeping in mind. Should be 3 flags and 2 teams. Yeah, I think 5 flags, for example, is way too many. Maybe there could be 5 if it takes a lot longer to flip them. So if you look at games like Battlefield, for example, you can't just run to a point and capture it before anyone has a chance to compete it, right? It doesn't really happen, or at least in the well, last one I played was BF3, but it doesn't really happen in those games. Or most games that have the capture point PvP nailed down properly. It happens in ESO because the flags just flip almost instantly. Especially if you have a lot of teammates with you. Like, it's just instantly flipped and then just move to the next one. That should never happen. Yeah, it could be like icy flags, just long process and then you flip it and you have time to defend it if opponents try to cap it back. Much better design. That must by far the best mode in both BGs. What if you get the worst team? Not too fun then. Oh, Jekin has the same outfit almost. Very similar. And did your parts kill a bunch of PVers in IC? Nice. Probably best to not play Nightblade. Nightblade is pretty rough at the moment. There are builds that work alright on Nightblade. I played the Bowblade earlier, but I find the sustain on Nightblade very annoying. Like, there's no good solutions to it, that's why I find it annoying. Your solutions to Nightblade sustain, because you block your Mac region while invis, is to 1, you run something like Salm Sword on board, then you need crazy amount of stam sustain to get your Magicka back, and it never will be enough. 2, you run Decay skill line, you run Ardent Flame, Heart of Flame. That's alright for sustain. 3, there's no 3. Like Siphoning maybe, but it's not the same. Siphoning, if you have any dots on you, it will kill you. Like you spend health to get your sustain, you don't gain health like with Heart of Flame. Sure, you gain health from the passive part of Siphoning, but it's nothing compared to Heart of Flame. When it comes to sustain or when it comes to the healing. And you have to, like, you get 2.6k, right? From Siphoning. You get 2.6k per cast, 200 every second if you have dots on you, if you have Shade Pain, or if you have dots on the target. But how much is, let's say, like your low Magicka, and you have, let's say, very low max Magicka, 22k, something like that, and you're missing, let's say, 10k Magicka. That's instant 1.5k and then another 1.5k and another 1.5k, so you get double the sustain of Siphoning per cast. Siphoning, you have to spam it if you want your cloak sustain back. And just so annoying. It is so annoying to use that. It's also annoying to use the Asylum Sword boat because it also doesn't provide you that much sustain. It's also 2.2k per cast. At least it heals you when you cast it, but it's just way too hard to sustain as a Night Blade. That's what kind of kills the fun of it for me. And that's why I'm happy that there's skills like Heart of Flame on DK, because it means that there probably will be skills like that on Nightblade and Sork as well. You don't have to constantly be zero fucking resource when using Cloak, which is the most annoying thing. And I do hope with the class masteries they could consider maybe providing Nightblade a bit more defense or sustain as well. Not just have damage class masteries for Nightblade, because that's not really where Nightblade struggles at all. Oh, you were on Torqueplar, I see, I see. Stack procs and pray. Don't do something about the damage. You're basically going to need 3 proc sets, maybe Blood for Blood, Wrecking Blow is spammable. Wait, which damage are we talking about? Oh, on Plar, yeah, they need to buff the Plar damage passives, especially for PvP. That's completely unnecessary. This does not work in PvP, or this is half value in PvP nerf on the Draukin-esque passive. No, it doesn't need that. They already nerfed it from 2k to 1.2k, and then they nerfed from 1.2k to 600 before BTS even went live. And who would have thought it's fucking dog shit now, damage-wise? Like, that's way too much of an overcorrection. They could remove this doesn't work in PvP and maybe it would be fine. But even then, I'm not sure if it would be. I wanna live in a world where Japs are worth running on Plar, where it won't just feel better doing BFP every time. I'm kinda tired of BFP. Yeah, the icy packs, they don't flip faster if you have multiple people, which is how it should be. Get worst team, it's over fast usually. Yeah, but that's not a good thing. If you jump down like once you get struck down, or 2 times you don't have time to get any kills, you enter BG with some 1-2 score. Oh, fuck that. It's awful. I've been close to getting that in most team BGs. We had 1 negative BG yesterday or last stream, but I didn't have the like the fucking skills weren't working due to the add-on. Oh, we have Fukatsu and Kandri. Let's teach this vengeful guy a lesson. Should we? Roger that. Jackin in purple. No, I don't wanna bully vengeful too much. He's got the squeezy team. Maybe a little bit. Get a good 2v2, 3v3. This guy plays some PvP, right? Ah, right, we're on the stem shot now. Okay, that's a lot of damage. What the fuck hit me? Also, I forgot to change to Energy Overload again. Even though we have the Heart of Flame, I feel like Energy Overload would be better, so I don't need to spam Heart of Flame all the time. Or a bit more aggressive damage window. Oof, big whip. Big whipperino. Okay, no OB stun there. Out of whipperinos again. Luckily the class created those all damage. With the dual scry. Always done with the streak as well. JWC LND, thank you for the follow. Thank you. So we do not get the powers there. She died to the whip, they need to fix that. Oh, your Vanguard invincible. I see what Fukatsu's up to. Or just Frost Cleansing, that's toxic as fuck, man. That is so fucking toxic. Up your MMR, all your tunes are invincible, true. True. What is this fucking matchmaking though? Like, are you for real? Nice trick here. The rebuff. I'm still kinda squishy on this. No rally or anything. And like here, if you get a team like this, if I decide to be an asshole, like we could just run down after everyone. Like it could be a lot worse, balance wise. I don't want to go for the outnumbering fights. So we could make the scoreboard look even worse, but at the expense of being an asshole, of course. Wait for the roll, never mind. We do have a 2v2 here. We have a lot of energy overload, or power overload even. Can also 3v2. Let's spike the blade. A little bit too far, but we can throw the dagger always. He dies to 4 damage there. I don't know if he would have died if I didn't do the overload heavy. Japan, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Rallies for the weak, true, and based. I do have Shed Pain though, so I think you need that for the crit surge heals. Nope. Funny thing is purple's actually winning. I'm still Tether. The blade's gonna like next match, I think. Or well, because Tether's a lot stronger with the Soul Cleaver being kinda must have. Pve is back? Yes, for 1 week. It's like a couple days left, I think, of the event. It's until Tuesday or something like that. No, I do prefer the team versus team, obviously, but I don't mind doing events like this. It's like for a couple of days. Although it's some garbage PGs every now and then. This is not balanced at all. Vengeful got out of here. But this Fukatsu guy acting like you bet. Yeah, Fukatsu's been a bit... it's just been a menace. Been a bit of a menace. Yoink. Let's just flip the flags here. What's a good set for stat padding HPS? For HPS, I mean you have Maras. Always solid option. Oh, champion, sorry. I didn't look at the name. Kill them before they kill you, easy. Yeah, as long as you have a way to actually do so. Hello, Lunatic. Finally unbanned. Yes, I unbanned you a couple of days ago, but welcome back. We can start from a fresh page, so to speak. Bonk. Then BG start phase, cross heal HPS. Oh, for like just heals. I mean, max health sets, I guess, if you run Beloved or something as heal. Damage heals don't count. Maybe you could transform like Winter's Respite. Could be solid. It's a big AoE heal, but I think you're probably better off just spilling for stats. I think. Like a little mini ball group at the moment. It's disgusting. Maybe there's some enemies here. It was like one good player each team and rest role players. Yeah, I mean it's the same as in Team vs Team. They both have the same matchmaking issue. Wait, what happened to Fuketsu? He got bombed? Hey, I think he got bombed. Rip. They got some payback in the end. Wait, who was it? Jackin get him or this guy? Very fair BG, yes. That's another one to the collections of very balanced 3-way BGs. Oh, someone did bomb you. I thought so. Oh, rip.
You there. The Ivory Brigade has need of you.
What I don't get is that there's a lot of players who pretend that 3-way BGs were more balanced. No, it's the same nonsense.
Nice.
Same nonsense as always. And because people pretend that the balance is better, I keep screenshotting this, that they're redacted for forums, but like it's most of the BGs are like this. I think this was Tyranid 13-0, so just ignore the good place farm, the squishies as always. Go for like 1v1s if you get one and then someone interrupts and you just kill the person who interrupts to resume the 1v1 or try to. But yeah, I've done 3 days of BGs now and most of them are like this. And that's all, I guess. Oh wait, no, that's not all. That is not all. It's today's BGs. We had this one, we had this one. Green team is get informed. We had this one, my team get informed. Minus country. And everyone except Tyranid in the green team. Had a Reaver Vengeful. A healer in purple. We had this one earlier, me, Hustem, country. People just left the BG. And now this one. So when people say like, oh, 3-way BGs were balanced and had no issues, no. Big no. Oh wait, you tried to time bomb. It wasn't the opponents. I read that wrong. We're better than 4v4. Yeah, 4v4 is a mess. 4v4 they should just redo entirely. I think they could keep the... well, I've talked about this a few times, but... I would just get rid of the flag games in 4v4. Remove those and redo the format for the deathmatch. So you have only one death. Maybe like 3 rounds instead of 2. It's a best of 3. But only 1 death. It's pointless to have 3 deaths. So usually, you, like, squishiest one gets targeted, they get locked out entirely. And then you have to fight 3v4, and then next people get killed, and then it's 2v4, and sometimes you have to just jump down alone and die. I don't think that's fun. So they could just do away with that concept and do more rounds and 1 death next round. And for a solo queue, that would be for group queue. For solo queue, they should do shuffle, like in WoW. And they could do that by kind of changing how the roles work in BZQ. So if you select healer, you would get plus 50% healing done, minus 50% healing received, so you don't get tankier than before. You actually get squishier because you get less cross-healing from your allies, who have to now protect you. And a DD would get also 50% less damage done, if you pick healer. So 50% less damage done, 50% less healing received, 50% more healing done. DD would get 50% less healing done, 50% more healing received, and that's it. And same with tank, so there's no difference really. MRK, so how was stream? Welcome everyone. I did not see you in BDs. Hopefully you had some good ones. If you were doing BDs. What are we cooking today? I did some BDs on. I did one on bow, played a couple of BDs on the stem DK, on the mech DK, but I thought I'd play the stem sock a bit more. It's kind of new build still. Suboptimal pure arc gets better than the team, better squad than the team. Said you're forced to play Icy and BGs because they remove 0. Yeah, it's kind of bad timing to do both the like Vengeance test and the 3-way BGs at the same time. And it's, they could have probably timed things a little bit better. Also, they should do the roll queue system, because if you want to do a shuffle mode or just balance the team versus team BDs in solo queue, no matter what format you have, then you kinda need a roll queue, I think. Now, hey Dot, how you doing? Thank you for the stream, bro. Wish you a good evening. You as well. Thank you for hanging out. And if you have any other questions, just feel free to ask on Discord as well. Try to find time to answer. But yeah, some roll queue would be needed for like no matter what they do. Would go a long way, and there's an easy way to implement it. With some penalties and bonuses based on roll. For an actual MMR system? Yeah, you could do that after the queues were fixed and the formats. Because I don't think MMR matters too much when you have the Domination and Crazy King in the 4v4. Very often in those game modes you just have people who run to flag, they hold block long enough, flip the flag, they don't do anything other than that, and they win the BC. Like, sure, you kill them, they go to next flag, they jump down, go to next flag, they cap it faster than you can get there, and the wrong team winds up winning, basically. That's the bomb as well. Can test with the Grey Host enabled as well. Yeah, they should. There's so many people who just don't like the Vengeance and don't like BGs, so like the only way to play the game that's left at that point. Ranked arena stuff, yeah. That's why I didn't expect anything like that for this year. I'm not expecting any huge changes to like introducing ranked PvP or anything like that, but after crossplay, it wouldn't surprise me if they've actually listened to the feedback they've gotten since the like 2014 that there should be ranked PvP, and feedback that's very frequent on every stream out there, every PvP stream, that there should be ranked PvP. After crossplay, it wouldn't surprise me if they go for it. I have hope. I have some hope for them. It's a long game, but maybe. I've been finding the old PDs. I am not. Some of them sure, but there's also a lot of just bullshit ones. Where you like just solo and you have people running after you non-stop. There's a lot of that compared to Timur's team. We're out of whips there. Get the Paulus here. This guy's tanky as hell. Due to the water sunbeam there. I guess we just flip the flag here. I shouldn't have done that. I should have done the Overlord instead at 400 ulti. Then everyone who does more healing than damage. I mean, that is the solution. It's a bit of an extreme one though, I would say. Now we can go with the... Okay, didn't go off there. It shows the animation, but didn't actually cast the skill. There's knockback, so I can't really stay close to the edge here. It's gonna end very poorly. Now we've blocked tanks, I see. I do have streak, but I would need to kill them in one global here with the Paulus. Which I don't have there, but we have the AoEs at least. Okay, he didn't block. Inga, but we can do the magic trick called block. Ah, we do the... okay, it doesn't let me roll there. We blocked the take flight there. In mid-roll. Just don't know why it doesn't let me roll afterwards. That's a bug they should fix though. So I should play that better. It's kinda not focused there. A lot of good spots to fight them. Is there? Like if you have some ranged dueling builds running after you, for example. And you have no team. For example. Like, it is not very fun, I think. Why is everything going through roll? Streak in the Paulus. He's not gonna get the kill because I ran out of Pauluses there right before. Unlucky. The Vanguard PC, or you got Vanguardians after you. The Paulus, right? Yep. I didn't get off balance on the other ones, I think. Maybe I did. I should not have... I wasted Paulus there, she would have died to full damage. The water sunbeam there, a bit of extra damage. desync with the animation there. Favorite PC map? This one, yeah, the maps are fun. I do like a lot of the old maps. I don't wanna fucking 4v1 this cringe as fuck. One good damage. But very often these PDs you're just gonna use kind of 1vx, and if you're against the better team it's not really fun. If it's fanboys who wanna run up there. Didn't happen in the English team really. I do like the changes on this build, but I need to check the values of the BG. I've been incapped. Maybe just play it safe here. I'm just gonna die with the box. So we are not tanky on this build at all. Rematch this stick. Fight gets interrupted there, sadly. Okay, I don't want to 2v1 him. We do have the flag already. Use the energy overload, and this is maybe in a good spot this build. Yeah, off balance. I could have done energy, the power overload heavy there. I think could have been a lot of damage as well. Not really using that tech enough. Just gonna get an instant tick off there, powerless. And because I don't use the tech enough, I should do energy overload instead. Just better overall value, I think. Oh, also there's this whole spawn camping argument. If I wanted to spawn camp here, we could do it. I could sit here and farm the green team over and over again. So that's still something you can do as well, if you choose to. Chai, good morning. How are you doing? Eight Pves is the best option if you want to win. In some game modes, yeah, if in deathmatch for example. But I don't think in flag games it is, because very often I've seen people just camp outside the spawn while all of the flags are being flipped by the opponent team, and then they lose the BC, right? As they should, because they're brain dead. Like that also happened a lot in Team's team. But the maps are poorly designed. Because if you look at, let me actually, maybe I can find a clip of a proper map design. There's some old one. I've not seen this video, but maybe it works. Got some ads now though. More damage with the tank arc than 8k weapons balance Templar. Wait, tank arca? What do you run on that? But it kind of depends on the BG too. Like sometimes you're hitting a lot of damage seals and they don't count, for example. Maybe you get focused a lot so you can't actually deal damage as the Templar. Maybe you get kited. Why not buff all classes in PV only? Should focus on PvP. I don't think they have that option. Only works if not the entire team is being spawn camped, so any BG where I'm in. But yeah, it is an issue that people don't know how to play against spawn camping. I always say on my stream, you should jump off the spawn if you don't want to be spawn camped. Spawn camping happens because people stay in spawn. But for some reason, like, no one understands that. But yeah, I'm just gonna skip through this video quickly, I think. So you can show the, like, how it's designed in WoW, for those who are not familiar with WoW. This is the 2004 version, so they figured this out in 2004. Like how to do BDs. This is team versus team, done properly. You know why it's done properly? Where do you think the spawn is? Where do you think the flag is? The flag is here. The spawn is actually here. So from the spawn you can go here, you can go here, you can go back to your spawn, you can go here. There's multiple directions. It's actually properly designed. In ESO the spawn is here and the flag is here. The spawn is right behind the flag and there's not a lot of room to jump down to. Map design. It's map design. They should just copy pasta how WoW does it. And I don't see why. Like why they can't do that. There's the flag, it's at the very end of the map. And another thing, if you are defending like Capture Valley, you're defending the objective, right? And you die. Not only can you not just jump down and interrupt whoever's trying to pick it up, but you can also, like, if they do pick it up, you can intercept it on the way back. Because you're not running from behind, you're intercepting, right? Proper spawn design, proper BG design. Zos, take notes. Take notes. This is from 2004. You can do it as well. It's not that difficult. Is there any PvP here? Is the merchants? There's like multiple routes to spawn. The spawn is over there. Like it is like linear, but at the same time not linear. And linearity is good because it means there's less chance of getting third party. There's more chance of surviving with proper positioning. But you still have like multiple routes to the objective. So it creates that like fun back and forth kind of fight, right? You had power-ups in WoW as well, by the way, the Berserk buff and speed buffs and whatnot. So they kind of copied those already. So why not copy the proper map design as well? Why those? 3 map with teleports in spawn, is it the best map for Capture the Valley? Oh, the Porta map? Yeah, but it's 3-way, so you have two people fighting in 2 spawns and one of them is going to be empty. Like, it also doesn't work. And then if someone picks it up, you can intercept it, but it's still just capping empty shit, usually. Because 3-way. But yeah, for example, like of these people at the spawn, if someone kills them, they can just jump down. The spawn is not here, it's not over there. They can just jump down and immediately interrupt that. They have to run back. If someone picks it up, they can actually intercept it. It's not just camping the spawn and no one's picking it up and it's just an endless deathmatch like in ESO. I didn't remember this. There was a debuff when you have the flag. You take more damage. I mean, hell, copy pasted that too. Rather than the heal debuff. Heal debuff is just annoying. Like eventually, if you carry the flag too long in ESO, you don't have any healing anymore. Like your healing is gone. I'd rather just have the target or person who picks up the flag be squishier. So the flag can be actually capped really quickly. I didn't remember that. I remember that was a thing. Okay, the matchmaking may be kinda screwed there for the Horde, but I mean it's not that bad. Oh, and I get some ads. Well, you get the idea there. How things can be solved, right? With map design. It's the same in deathmatch too. Used there's two ways. You have that kind of map design where you have 360 ways to drop down from the spawn. So it's very simple for people who don't understand how sprint works and line of sight works and all of that to survive after jumping down from spawn. If they jump down on the other side. Or you do it like MOBAs do, where you have turrets close to the spawn. So people don't want to spawn camp because they just get killed by the turrets. Like MOBAs solve this, why can't MMOs solve it? Or why can't the ESO solve it specifically? Because I think a lot of other MMOs have solved it. Like WoW in 2004. So many easy solutions. I was supposed to check the numbers, right? It really, I get... I get 1% share pain value. Okay, but we didn't need it, right? There wasn't a lot of dot builds, we could kinda survive there most of the time. Wasn't even ideal BG apparently. Share pain 3%. 6%, but it's blocking the crit surge heals. It does make me wonder if there's something better though. You kinda need that sometimes. Cause there's no other dot set that heals you as well. Or provides you tankiness. Or not any good ones at least. Maybe one day there will be, like if they buff this one for example. Could maybe opt for that one instead of the shed pain. But yeah, still 11k whip is decent. The stem DK was doing 13k, 15k. Disdain better than shed pain? Maybe, until you have some dueling Andy on you. With the Relican. Who would use that set? Who would do something like that in BGs? Well, not you in BGs, but... Because I'm doing Highland Sentinel 4 piece on this too. And daggers. Wanted to min-max the healing from... Not just holy shit, 17%? Not just from the crit surge, but also the Hydro class. So they both proc from crits. Yeah, accidental rally BGs, but... In 3-way BGs you could run that... not even by accident, because it's so easy to just focus down one person, right? In 3-way BGs. I cast 12% in 3 minutes. Giga set on this build. 9.4. Maybe I start thinking next patch already. But then again, if I drop the shed pain, then Hydroclast is also gonna lose a lot of value. It's 4 crits. It's 4 crit search heals. That cost me a little bit. 16% by the way. But some other dot set would also just make up for that. Rain, how you doing? Yeah, Lolo. Making pure class builds at the moment, more fun anyways. Yeah, it's good prep for the next builds as well. What is this? Is this the DK? No, this is Night Blader. Blazing Shield. I think I know what they're gonna do with Templar. I have a feeling that they probably want to buff the like return damage on Templar. I wouldn't be surprised if Blazing Shield gets a big buff next year in Templar rework. But yeah, I could consider disdain on this as well. I just hate running it on so many builds. It would be a body set. Then I guess, but I want to run blind to. It's gonna be monolith next patch, 100%. It's kinda locked in. So I'd have to drop the blind or not run disdain. Or a Seat Pain. No, I think we just drop Seat Pain for monolith and keep everything else the same. Or no, I can't do that. I need to change the Highland Sentinel as well. So that needs to be the class set. Right? Or... Oh no, wait. I can keep this the same, just replace the Seat Pain and keep the blind. Yeah, that's what I can do. So we lose the max stam and the Seat Pain. But we gain dot damage from the monolith. Sounds good, sounds good. Monolith can crit, right? Yeah, I think it can crit. There's no percentage modifier on it. So it should be a lot of crit surge healing in group fights especially. Be surprised if Blazing Shield doesn't get a big buff. Yeah, but overall I think Templar... looking at like how the class is designed, what it's supposed to be about, I think there's gonna be a lot of like defensive... when you take damage, you return damage, or defensive offense, like... Well, Blazing Shield is an example, but they could probably introduce that to more skills too. One idea I had that would be really cool to see with the Templar rework is if jabs gave you block when you cast them. I don't think that would be OP. So already if you want to be block casting, you can do that with BFP. You can be holding block and just casting BFP, there's no problem with that. So many ways to sustain that. Out of Flame, if you subclass, Rune and enough regen, you can easily sustain that. You can already do it. Why not allow people to do it with jabs? And the weapon spell damage, I think it should be just while slotted you get that. That'd be cool. And then you could redo the animation, have like some cool shield made of light as you're jabbing people, something like that. That'd be cool. And then you could have passives that when you block damage, you return damage or something like that. That'd be interesting. But maybe allow people other ways to build as well. Instead of blocking, you could have like a damage shield focused approach with Blazing Shield or a bit of variety. But that's the design on Templar, right? To be a defensive warrior, just hold your ground, and it just doesn't really have any damage at the moment. And jabs are terrible. Or I give block a bit. Yeah, every 15 seconds. It's not really the same. And usually you have that on cooldown from like Ice Heavy, for example. If you mean the Light Weaver passive. It's on a 15 second cooldown, or 13 seconds after the duration runs out. I don't think it's the same. They could make it always proc Light Weaver. Just activates your Light Weaver passive and cast. Something like that. That'd be cool. There's a lot of ways they can improve it. I'm gonna switch this before I forget. I was gonna log on the next character, but I can guarantee if I did that, I would just keep queuing with the power overload. 100%. Ronaldo, how you doing? Winning? Had some pretty decent PGs today, overall, but some kind of one-shot PGs as well. The usual, it's not too different from the like Team vs Team BDs today, but a lot less cringe load skewn into BDs today as well. Hasn't felt like big Altikir today. Hold on top. Hell yes. Only downside to classic WoW Warzone Golds is there being no timer. Oh yeah, you had some really long matches, but they were fun. They were fun at least, and the Alterac Valleys, those would last a while sometimes. Wasn't there some like 40-hour Alterac Valley lobby or something like that? Some ridiculous number, I think was the record. Now I feel like playing Templar, so I can point out why they should have. Actually, no, I don't have champs on this one, but still point out things, I guess. Proper BD design is hard. So you say they can basically try and test the stuff from those that came before? Yes, exactly. WoW stays relevant for a reason, yes. As Team vs Team for a reason as well. More fun from a tactical point of view, yes. Like, WoW BDs are very well designed, at least the ones I played. And very fun. Yeah, we got the portal map. Hands down the better game. Still had your favorite time in PvP's Star Wars the Old Republic. Background were better designed and actually had tactical gameplay. Yeah, 100%. And also I think, did Svator have ranked PvP? I think it had, right? Didn't play it, but the PvP system is better for Sora. Engine behind it is action-packed. I think apart from that, it's inferior to WoW. Yeah, I will have to agree with that. With WoW, so I could not seriously judge, but what you say sounds about right. Wait, you never played WoW, Gordorian? Didn't you watch all of the OnlyFans stuff? You never played the game? No, Arcanist is bad, but do you have any set recommendations for pure Arcanist? For pure Arcanist, you probably want to build around stage effects or disdain and probably do BFP. Maybe rally as the other set. Boring, I know, but it's probably your best option. What is this PG that we got into? Nice Polaris. Very cool. Increase Sep's damage, make toppling like Streak, and buff the light like Sharks. Yeah, they could buff the light, I think they should redesign. I'm sorry for whoever likes the Purifying Light and buff the light, but it's just not a well-designed skill. People don't run it in PV, people don't run it in crew PvP, they only run it in duels. Not even in zero duel, like it just takes too long to go. You could make it a lot more interesting somehow. Maybe more fitting the class team as well. But they have Nod. I didn't check the teams, I forgot. Okay, I did poke the balls, okay. I'm gonna wait this out. I could break it towards the end, but no reason to waste the stem like that. Boink. I have to cast the Heart of Flame there. I was gonna jump down, I was not gonna get close there. Or he looked like he was about to jump down. Do I have? No, I didn't have banner there. Why do I have zero fucking healing? All of a sudden. Can I get close to the right one? This one? Would be nice. also have Muscle, I keep forgetting those Poly broken. Is Poly a good idea? You also remember the build you play, generally speaking. We have Muscle and we have Unleashed on the target. Always active. Let's try to block Unleashed on cooldown. But if the Muscle come in, also Unleashed. Need all beat there, or his ulti to run out. There's the ulti. Block the Marshock. Whip him while he's stunned. We run out of Magicka here. I didn't have time to Heart of Flame. Sustain is a little bit ass, but I'm using armor bots. So I kinda have to. This guy's too tanky. Stupid. He is powerlessing, so he has big heals right now. Muscle there. Hey Toigan, how you doing? $19k health. Not sure about that one. Others were so good for getting away if you were getting struck down. Wait, in which map? The Arcane Unit? Storm. I think they can out-heal that with the Palace and block. Wait for the dodge. Marslock. Maybe the ALS there wasn't necessary. Oh no, Dix is here. Probably disgusted at how I massacred his class. Running whip and all this nonsense. Fulgent stance in Guild Wars 2. I need to read that. Guild Wars 2 has a lot of good design too. I really enjoyed in that game. I still tank again, like... Can we kill him? If we have enough pressure, we do, so he doesn't heal enough. Despite no powerless. The heck? How many pets? Didn't it be a croissant there, but doesn't hurt. Maybe I should try still doing like Atromundus or something. Still is a bit rough. Wow, Giga PG. Very balanced. Did good damage. Okay. Why is the shoe still aggroed on me? This guy's still heavy attacking me, what? Why? Increase jab damage, make toppling like streak and buff them. Okay, maybe the toppling like streak is a bit much. I think toppling is actually one of the things that do feel impactful on Templar at the moment. Can they buff it still? Yes, but it's one of the better things at the moment, I think. I think toppling and javelin. Jabs feel like fucking wet noodles when you cast them. I think Crescent as well, like, it doesn't really... There's no oomph with this one. I don't feel the oomph with Crescent. It's very cheap ulti, so it probably shouldn't have the oomph, but that also makes it very boring. I think. Stay Masok, what is an ice? Yeah, sounds about right. Or the pure Arcanist, right? Classic Plus, they need to completely rework the honor system, and if not, they need to nerf Altec Valley honor gains. Remove Wars and Gold's timer, then with that plus RT Basin will be even good. Yeah, I don't know about the like whole balance thing in Classic WoW, but I know that the map design was on another level compared to ESO. What have you done to my beautiful class? No, it has to be there. Also running a very tonky setup. Next patch I will. I don't want to subclass on any build. In update 50. But jabs still, like, they just felt so bad on BTS when I tried it. Doing 0 damage. Excuse me, they remove the portals on this map. You have portals when you jump down from the spawn. There's no other portals on that map. You're probably thinking of Arcane Uni. Arcane Uni has the portals between the first floor and the second floor. 8-bit rank PP in Swator was superb. The biggest mistake PP-wise they made was shutting it down against the wish of the entire PP community. Ooh, why would they do that? Fortunate enough to take part in some matches. Was so good, although by far was good enough at that time to be on a good team. Basically only know WoW by proxy. Always seem to be scary to join a super mature MMO. Yeah, it is hard to get into established MMOs. You're kind of behind when it comes to the knowledge and gear and all of that. Can seem very overwhelming. But why would they shut down a ranked PvP mode in any game? Like, it makes 0 sense. Might change a bit depending on the mode. Yeah, but there's no portals on any mode on that map. Besides the ones when they spawn. Flame feels so much better with Templar. Yeah, because I have the Japlar as well. Like, we can play the Jap build next. Just for comparison, but... Kinda cool to make both the light and self-buff. Blows up in AoE around you. I just wish they made it a bit more... like, 6 seconds is a little bit too long, I think, for open world. In duels you can build around that, but... Open world, it just feels like it takes too long to get value out of it. And the immediate value is also super low. Are you on stream? Yes, not. Oh yeah, I did the same there. As always, just fight for the objectives, and 1v1's always welcome. If it gets interrupted, as always, then you just go for the whoever interrupts it, but that's how I do always do BD's team versus team or 3v, doesn't matter. Just go for the good fights, as usual. toppling the javelin effect, so you have range CC or gap closing CC. Unblockable but dodgeable. Not sure what to do with J-beam. Just make it undodgeable again. And put the scaling back to 50%, like it used to be. I don't think J-beam deserved the nerf. It would be very annoying still, sure, but like who's running J-beam nowadays in PvP? Especially with subclassing, because you usually drop down sweat. It's the one skill line that you can kind of drop on Templar. Adric and Restoring Light still quite a bit better in comparison. The Effulgence stance in Guild Wars 2 Luminary class. Actually, Gold skill won't hate that to exist on Plar. Effulgence stance, okay. Is there a video of that? Guild Wars 2. Maybe this one. Nope, they used to have a portal that took you behind where the Chaos Ball spawns. No, there wasn't. Wait, what? There's only the portals from the spawn. Or was there one in like 2017 when they released the PGs? No, that was released later actually, that map. I don't remember that. There was also always the stairs to the relics. The Chaos Ball would be in the middle. I don't remember that. Chaps aren't that bad. One just dual chaps pretty decent ever since subclassing. Yeah, but it's only decent. Like if you compare it to BFP spammable, like BFP is always just better. Like it always feels better. Same with the Paolas. Of Thunder issues, you can block cast them, yes. I'm not sure if you were here earlier, but I was talking about Templar skills. They should make jabs give you block when you cast them. I think that would be a good change to jabs. And I don't think it would be broken. Because you can already, if you want to block cast skills, use block cast BFP usually these days. Make jabs like a toned down crescent sweep. Multi like crazy buff jabs. They could have some like mechanic that maybe buffs the jabs if you use crescent, or buffs crescent if you use jabs. I think that could be cool, something like that. So you have that on Decay with the Take Flight and Engulfin. Also, that's a cool Templar outfit there, checking. Very thematic. It's the same helmet. Portals on that map? Other portals? Oh, yeah. Okay, I remember. I had forgotten. The ones on the side that lead to the upstairs. Yeah, you're right. How did I forget about that? That's crazy. That is crazy. It's been such a long time. I didn't use them in the previous PG either. Only shoulda. You're right. Already STR ultim, doesn't need changes. But it doesn't feel impactful when you cast it. Like 7k damage, but I could just powerless and do 7k. So that global does the same damage as my powerless. Actually a little bit less. Yeah, but Crescent 2.5, you do get the dot though. A little bit of pressure afterwards, so you still want to use it, but... It's very misinformation. I apologize. My memory is very potato. Better options for jabs? Yeah, but because they buff TK, they can buff jabs. Like, otherwise, maybe if they didn't buff Powerless and Flameless, and a Molten Whip as well, maybe then you couldn't, but... Royce, how you doing? Hello. Sweep doesn't stun. No, it's just damage, and I don't know. I don't feel the oomph. Like, look at this. Like, there's no oomph. There's a little croissant there, and it's not that much more. Like, it's not that much damage. I don't know. Unblockable, undodgeable. Sweep? You mean the ulti or puncturing sweep? Buff to Light should have major minor bleeds. Yeah, major bleeds on Buff to Light would be really good, I think. That would be a good addition. The more ways you have to not run LSS, the better the game becomes. Hybridization paths made the game a lot more boring, because almost every build wants to run LSS. So if you introduce ways to not have it as such of a must-have, similar to Sharks, then you improve the game. Breath and Light should be minor breeds. I think you could add the major breeds to both morphs even. I don't think it would be too broken. Like, I know you get really good heals from Purifying, but you have to be melee range to get the heals. So it's a lot stronger in duels than in open world. Damage slowed part of it. No, that makes it different than Curse. You don't want to make it Curse. Like, you want it to have some identity. Not be Curse with light team, basically. But they could make it stack faster and be shorter duration. So like 4 seconds instead of 6, for example. All executes should be stronger, to be honest. Barely worth running. In PvP, yeah. Our beam nerf should have been a range reduction to 8 meters, still kept it undodgeable. Maybe we could have like one morph that's melee range and the other one is range then. Maybe the melee one is undodgeable, but the ranged one isn't, or something like that. Because I did run, like when beam was good, before subclassing, I did have beam on this. I had jabs and beam, and almost the same build actually. I had Unleashed and Muzzlelock. Was a fun build back then. It's not very strong now if you try to do it without Flameless. And Ardent Flame in general. Buff to Light was dope when you could put it on everyone. Yeah. I don't know, it's just the 6 seconds takes too long. Don't get good value out of it, sadly. Like a dog with a bone, found it. Oh, the portal? No, I believe you, I believe you. You can see the arrows there as well. On the thing you linked. What is the Guild Wars 2 skill? I never played this class, I only played Thief. Is it this bubble? Also, I like the animations more than in ESO for the bubble. And this looks better than ESO's Live in Dark. 100%. But which one is the effulgent? So effulgent stands because Guild Wars 2 skills are multi-purpose. I see. So it's one of those things that like change based on how many times you click the ability. I see. Or they change based on which weapon you have, and there's a lot of that in Guild Wars 2. It's M5 skill. Oh, this one on cooldown. Okay, he cast it earlier. It is the bubble, right? No, he didn't cast it yet. Now he cast it at 8 seconds. It's this thing, this AoE. Interesting. AoE Buff to Light. Oh, so did he cast it earlier and there's the cooldown begins when it goes off? Because I thought it was instant there. Unless it goes off later in this. There's some shield thing swirling around him as well. I hope they do a good job with the Templar rework. We do get to 6.8k weapon mass on this build. Is this alright, I guess? We played a rallying cry from someone. Someone was running Farsider in opponent team. And Transmutation in our team. They were introducing 4v4 Arena, and they probably feared that the population would not support maintain both. Oh, okay, so they changed the 8v8 competitive into 4v4 competitive. Team ranked 4v4 was like a very different crowds, you did not need a guild for that. It was still kind of the beginning of the end of PP. 4v4 team ranked worked for a while, but eventually removed that ranked mode there as well after you quit. Also, they removed that as well. Why would they remove both of them? And now the PP is dead. Well, surprise, surprise, you can't remove ranked PvP without killing the PvP. It's the main reason many people play PvP. Okay, I'm a little bit behind chat here. Let me scroll down. Make the morpho sweep every time jabs hit. Oh, that could be interesting. Yeah. Okay, I see what you mean. So if you cast this, then anytime you jab, the damage over time effect would go off. So you would have some synergy between the two. That'd be cool, if they do some cool animation with that. Yeah, I would be down for that. Truth yesterday, they were not there. Yeah, it's only on the flag games and Chaos Ball, I think. If I'm not mistaken, it's not on every game mode. Let's play the jab build. Oh, in Domination they don't exist. I see. Wonder why. Like they could have those in Domination, I think. Super creative with Burning Light as passive. Sucks that all these steps noise, burst damage increase and burst damage decrease. It is a little bit boring. I think they did a good job with the DK passives. There's a lot less of boring stuff there. There's some passives that encourage you to slot class abilities, which I think is really good. Like, imagine if they changed Burning Light. If they changed Burning Light to... Wait, do I not have... Oh, it's on PvE mode, right. Change the PvP. Wait, do I have food? No, okay, fuck. I can't play this then. But imagine if this got more damage, the more Templar abilities you slot, for example. It's like maybe the current tooltip would be with 2 or 3 Templar abilities, and then if you slot more, it gets more value. That could be cool. No, it changes how you play a class. That would change how you play the class if you have reasons to slot class abilities instead of things like Conti and BFP and these things that everyone runs, right? Top 3 ult in the game, almost instant cast, high damage, applies 80 passives. I mostly run it for the... If I have a stun, I run sweep over Dawnbreaker. Or if I need the passive and play like a build that doesn't really ult on the front bar. And doesn't run Javelin for some reason, or toppling. It has a Dawnbreaker and AoE dot, but it's a little bit less radius, right? Something I've noticed, 8 meters. Compared to Dawnbreaker. Dawnbreaker is a lot more flashy. Like, Dawnbreaker has that impact on it. I think that's the thing I like about it. It's a bit. I wish Crescent had a bit more, maybe like a bit more, more of a flashbang when you cast it or something. Like I know it's a good ulti, it just doesn't feel like a good ulti, you know. He hates Blar. On the turn on pure Blar DK main who gets to rage bait in. Delete two things from ESO would be hybridization and subclassing. Yeah, I think most people would pick those two. PGs never find me in a PG. True. CBT or duel. Vengeance. 1 hour of Vengeance in the tank. Vengeance 1v1. Ooh. It's been challenged. Scared. Guardian's amazing. Light aura. I've been excuses right now. That for our duels. Is Tempa super tanky on it probably is in Vengeance, right? Even Nightblade versus Nightblade is well, Nightblade is actually kinda tanky with the Invis healing you and stuff like that, but subclass in duels then Brixton that has delayed CC also does damage in an AoE when you deal damage. Exposes that delay. Okay. Sounds fun. Gonna run jabs in a BG, BRB. I would have, but I need to set it. Maybe I can. I just need to use an Ochoga and then refresh that with a different foot buff. Okay, let's do a jab BG. Fine. AoE buff to light. It would be good. I think in ESO you could have it so that when you cast it, it does like some instant damage in an AoE, and then after 4 seconds or something, it goes off in instant AoE damage, or not instant, but delayed AoE damage, or something like that. It's just the best CC break from every MMO. It kinda devalues CCs as well, though, in ESO. When you can always break free, but I've seen the other end where you can't CC break ever because you're perma CC'd. I think there's some good balance to be found. Gone through the buffed PP sets from PTS yet? Some of them look promising. Yeah, when PTS came out, Monolith is super good, Ares is super good, Soul Cleaver is super good. They did some good buffs on PTS. Super armor in video. Yeah, play video a little bit. These have different values. It's value of 2.0. They have CC immunity. Okay, so the diminishing returns basically on CCs. Most games do that. It's the most popular form of CC immunity, but there's also like CC break trinkets and abilities in games typically, and I don't mind that approach either. I do prefer it over ESOs actually, where you have actual CCs instead of just being able to CC opponents if they misplay super hard and don't have stam or reactions. But there has to be enough CC break abilities and diminishing returns. Because I've seen some videos where currently people in WoW can permanently CC people with teammates. You can hold someone hostage in WoW by doing sap into like you have a rogue doing sap on someone 2 times in a row, and then Warlock does fear, a mage does polymorph or something like that, and then the rogue does kidney shot, some nonsense combo, and that person can never break free. They never get out of CC. You need to make a mistake, or you need to make a play to land that initial CC, and 99% of the time they will die in that one combo. Trying, how you doing? And didn't read. Oof. Even more delayed damage. I mean, this already delayed damage, just single target only, which I don't like about Path to Line. That and the long time it takes to go off. If it was AoE, and it was like, let's say 4 seconds, you would see it a lot more in group fights and BDs, and not just on dueling builds in that case. They could make it look really cool too, I think. Pve was way too CC heavy, especially since each category has its own damage, DR, or damage and returns, yeah. It's the other extreme, basically. So Clever would be good if Nightblade wasn't trashed through. But hopefully they buff Nightblade. They said they would buff Nightblade damage. We'll see what that means on Monday, I guess. But they don't need to buff. They don't really need to buff Nightblade damage. They need to buff Nightblade sustain, because that's the main issue, especially with Invis Cloak. Invis Cloak is the most fucking obnoxious thing in the game at the moment, both from like fighting against it and playing with it point of view. So it's just not well designed, and there's nothing in class masteries that helps you sustain that. Is it in CC for 20 seconds straight in WoW? Infinitely currently with the combo. Simply in anime games. Pve 20 second CC change. Yeah, that's too much. It is too much. I don't think CC should be longer than like 3 or 4 seconds, and if there are, there should be a lot of CC break abilities to counter them. Or like ESO system where you can always use CC break if you have them. A little bit better in Midnight. No, didn't they just make it possible to... I saw some video where in Midnight specifically you can just infinitely CC now. Because they reduced the cooldown of the diminishing returns or something like that. WoW CC system works though, because everyone's so tanking on that game. Then category of different stuns with their Jeopard diminishing returns. Yeah, that's why you have the infinite combos, but you need like multiple people to infinitely CC someone. Alex, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Skill of knowing when and why to use your trinket in WoW is massive. Yeah, trinket and things like ice block, and you have some other CC break abilities. Warrior had that one thing in classic. What was it called? And there was some long cooldown that they could use to CC break as well. Oh, right, I was missing the... but that's fixable. That is fixable.
I have many fine goods.
Power display fine. But yeah, just Elite Torque. Ei joka haidun. Morista. Gonna pop there. We do need the odd sorgas on this. Should have everything. Oh right, I didn't do Crescent on this because we have Take Line. A bit stronger. Easy for long is just not fun. Yeah, you need to have a good balance of immunities and the cycles of CC. They have Hustem in green, but we have Gyrant. And Credo, that's the name I haven't seen in a while. OG Nightblade. One of the Arcanists. 3k health. I think we high rolled the team. If we had the weakest team as Macplar and got focused by a lot of people, probably not that fun. Well, Macplar we do have one Templar line, but such is life. We have jabs at least. Also have the Gaplos chain. I remember that too. Chap. This guy's healing. We deal with that. Wait for the heal to run out. Like on a build like this, having the ability to execute with a skill would be huge. Like I could beam here, for example, if I had it. Still get the kill there, but tempo builds in more tempo skills on DK builds. Hey, at least we have jabs. At least we have jabs. And not PFP. Jabby jab. And just AoE this, I guess. No teammates. Never mind. Can fight this with Jeanette, I think. Go with the skull. Just gonna try to tap him. But it just doesn't feel impactful with the jabs. We lost them there. Good leap. Should I leap there, probably? Drop his block. What's the build just tuning in? The build is... there you go. It's just Aelid. It's just Aelid. So we have a lot of scaling for the weapons elements. And we need the sustain. And we gonna need the tankiness as well. Aelid talk makes sense. I was hoping for the tempo class sets to be better on BTS, but they still suck. Like I tried them. If jabs were better, they wouldn't suck. I think. Or they won't suck as much as based. Still CC Moon. A little bit too late with the heal there, so I healed earlier.
My blade demands vengeance. They've captured the point.
Happy chat. Has them. Do we want him? Nah. He's the only one getting kills in this team. Okay, not their back on the flank. Fucking 1v3 this. We have Gent upstairs. Purple team as well. Can use the magic of the jabs. Can also leap for sustain if needed. Use the unstoppable. Oh, it's stamina for some reason. Get plus 10% for the jabs now. You get really good passes from Draconic for the jabs. Plus 7% damage. You get the minor courage and. And minor brutality. Oh, and major berserk. Scrambles are too strong. Really a reason to use an execute over whip, for example. Well, it's just executes are bad. Just, healing is so strong in this, so by the time you can execute someone, they healed up already. Like health doesn't really stay at below 50. It fluctuates between 10% and instantly back to full. You need executes to start scaling really early and be also unrollable, because usually the reason the reaction to low health is a dodge roll. So it's something like spin to win, but spin to win is not strong enough because it's not same tooltip as executioner, for example. Just leap that. Chappy chap that. Executing is slot a dot or utility. Yeah, or you can slot something like a bow proc or like a really hard hitting burst kill that's just gonna drop your opponents from whatever health they have to 0. Way more efficient. And not a dead ability on your bar most of the time. You can play a little 1v2 here. I'm gonna use the unstoppable there. Okay, he's taking quite a bit of damage from 2 jabs. Got him. No launch them though. We have enough for a CC break now. This guy's a bit donkier. Maybe come for the jabs instead of the Noxus, but... Wait, standard. Interesting. Was a low health, but it's fully disengaging. Chap chap. Okay, it's a bit squishier, DK. It's taking a lot of damage from the jabs there. Usually they feel like noodles still. Even with the 9k weapon spell elements. Okay, oh, GG. PGG. Another balanced PG. Purple team had fun. Winners, by the way. And this is why 3-way PGs suck. This right here is a perfect example of what is wrong with 3-way PGs. 04, 05, 04, 02. And they win by almost double the score of the green team. Where one person is 9-0. The other ones are 1-5, 0-5, and 0-4. Wait, is it... No, this is some other Credo, right? I was thinking that there was a Nightblade called Credo that I used to play back in the days, but... Surely it's a different one. It's 100k damage. Like, he was alright. Maybe it was some different at ID.
This place brings back memories.
What's the jab build that you never got good with? Yeah, but you have limitations with jabs. Like, sometimes you do this and it just tickles, well, most of the time even. Let's see, that's 2.6k per cast. Or max damage. Times 3, that's still less than 10k. You can get 10k surprise attacks or conceals quite easily. 10k plus BFPs. Very easily. And you can block cast those. Guild Wars 2 has so much CC in the game at the moment, so frustrating. Yeah, the CC break is different in Guild Wars 2. Don't you have like some abilities that can break out, but... It's been a while since I played Guild Wars. Peppered in with Frostmage shoots and snares. It sounds like ESO sometimes. Probably one of my least favorite abilities in the ESO, to get hit by fucking destructive cleanse. Because you know that you're not only getting rooted by a single target ability, by someone who just wants to fucking ruin your existence, you're also getting major maim from that, and minor maim. So you not only get rooted, but you probably can't kill anything afterwards. Super annoying ability. When you get hit by that. Priest slash X-Verse Rogue Mage 2's in TBC Wrath of Lich King. Let the rogues blind on their kill, go it's over, you won the game, every button you press has massive consequences. Yeah, in WoW you have to like know when to CC break and when to use your abilities. That's why I prefer the CC format where you have like CC break abilities and you have to know when to click them. In ESO it's very simplified. It works for ESO's combat, but not gonna lie, I do miss the like consequential CCs and CC breaks sometimes. Very often even. But I know it wouldn't work in ESO's PvP. If you couldn't CC break, you just die. Time to kill is too fast. Stuff has a build to buff jabs as much as possible. Could make it work with stam jabs to get the damage buff from Sork. The main issue with stam jabs is that you don't have a way to... You run out of stam if you do that. You have stam CC, you have stam major breach. What are you gonna do when you run out of stam? You're gonna spam Chains of Devastation because you'll have Magicka, right? Like, how are you gonna kill things? Just gonna sit there, do ice heavy attacks, spam burst heals. They don't give you stam back. Do heavy attacks. And someone dodge souls and you spend half the BG or fight heavy attacking. You need the Magicka jabs. Like on any build you need to have a way to use your other resource. Unless you have some crazy sustain that just never runs out. But that's not the case. You always need good ways to use both resources. On pretty much any build. Spam the Vaseline, what's up Okuya? How are you doing? Instead of slotting and executing, slot a dot or utility. Yeah, or burst skill. That does more damage than the execute when you land it. Like if you have two abilities that are dodgeable. Let's say you have bow proc and you have a executioner or killer's blade. The bow proc is gonna hit as hard as the killer's blade. And if it hits and someone's not full health, they're probably dead. Do you need the killer's blade? Or do you just want something that's a bit more flexible? You probably go for the bow proc, right? It also gives you major crit. Like one of those abilities just has way more value and use case than the other. Need to make the spear from Etheric Lancer a spear like above your head and not make us play the pickup game 100%. It's a very annoying set. And also you need to run jabs with that set, I'm pretty sure. Like sure you can proc with Javelin, but it's a bit clunky proccing with that. Or that only, like you proc the set and suddenly you have to CC, you have to use your Javelin. You can't like keep using your spam wall because your spam wall doesn't actually proc the set. I have to acknowledge that their weakness is strictly a solo PvP thing. Yeah, in crew PvP you have the like spin to win, right? But I don't think you run executes outside of that. There's no good reason to run single target executes, right? Make executes hit faster than normal skills, they do. The Killer's Blade has the fastest travel time out of any melee ability, as far as I know. You can test that by doing light attack into skill cast. You light attack into jabs, even the damage takes place. You can do light attack into Noxus, you can do light attack into surprise attack, light attack into Killer's Blade. Everything has a travel time, even melee abilities in this game. Still mandatory skills in PV, group PP and some dueling builds. Wait, which dueling build runs execute? It's been a while since I saw any. You want 2k jabs when you can hit 15k whip? So sad. Yeah, I think there's buff jabs. They could make it like they shouldn't buff jabs in a way that, oh, jabs now it does as much damage as whip without any conditions. Whip has conditions, right? You have to hit something off balance, you have to build up the stacks. something like that. What if jabs gave you the block while casting? Because you can block a sweep. Doesn't really change anything in that sense. And if you block certain amount of damage, you get like an empowered version of the jabs. Or something like that. That could be cool. Yeah, jabs has been sad for quite a while. 100%. Could use some stagger like mini mechanic where it gets a gets flat damage the more you hit with it. Maybe. It does need a buff. Split the cost for CC break between magic and stamina. No, I don't think they should do that. This maybe give you a mythic that allows you to do that. I mean, there is one already. But it's not for a CC break, right? No, it's also for CC break. So if you want to use Magicka for a break free, well, there's your answer. Could they buff this one? Yes. Yes, they could. But the mechanic already exists. We'll say WoW has some very fun abilities you'd love to see in Aesop, like Aropia. Wait, what was Aropia? I forget the acronyms in WoW. Which Warden runs execute? But is 2S Warden good? Is there anyone playing that in duels at the moment? Is that like a weaker animal as build or decay at the moment? Japlar runs beam, really? Oh, but yeah, Japlar, but not the BFB status builds, right? I haven't really seen the Hjalnar builds run beam either. But is there any good Jap builds in duels? I think that's the better question. Because at least on PTS I couldn't make it do good damage. No matter what I tried. I tried the class sets, I tried the elite talk and just max stats, but was very meh. In duels and against the dummy as well. Oh, thanks for doing the shoutout for Okui. Classmaster passive that makes burning light function similar to Asub light, far less potent level. Would be better than the current Class Mastery that gives you like Draukin, but it's not really even Draukin, it's only for the class abilities, and I don't know, it just feels very meh. So devs can think outside the box, will never happen. Ring of Peace, circle that knocks people out of it. Oh, that would be cool. Like a cool defensive CC. Yeah, Templar could have that. Maybe it could do... I think it should do damage as well when it knocks people back. But what would you have as the CC? Maybe you replace Repentance with that or something like that? It would place a rune around you and people cross the threshold, they get knocked back instead. That would be cool. They take some big damage. Original version of Rope when Monks first came out was something. Killer builds don't have skill shots for execute. Most skill hungry build ever. People running spell power bots on Killer Templar. Yeah, Templar also struggles with the bar space quite a bit, I think. So you don't have any good weapon spell skills that you'd run for the heal, so you probably need to run more defense for that reason, so like live in dark or ritual. You sometimes drop ritual on Templar builds. I've noticed that. Or not you, but Templars in general. Which is crazy, it's a really good ability, but you just don't get all of the necessary buffs for many builds. More Templar house. Yeah, I think Templar as a defensive warrior is a good way to make it unique. So otherwise, like, if you just buff things, if you just make like, oh, Japs just, they get plus 33% damage now if you cast them 3 times or whatever, then you just have DK with light special skill effects, basically. You have to make it unique as well. It does have a lot of that, like, you get stronger if you stay in your heal areas and that stuff already, but you don't really get damage out of that at the moment. Skills like Blazing Shell just completely dead. And Charge as well. Like that, there's a lot of things they could make more thematic on Templar while also buffing the offense. And they probably will do that, because they want to have all of the like damage and tanking skills spread out, so Redstone Light Poly is gonna have more damage. Has damage already with the other ritual, but they could do a lot more of that. What time is it? 10 PM? Maybe one more BG. Rituals to give out the drop-in tools. Didn't run ritual open world when you played solo pure Plar. Placed with race against time. Is ritual still worth if you fight Rele or Jaral? So you can use cleansing the stacks very often. Instead of some like things like L-Assassin. Off the light or curse and so on. Let's play the bomber, sure, why not? %50% of your HPS. Big kill all the time. But less than Living Dark, right? If you had the bar space for one of them. Maybe it's still worth it, you just gotta run Cleansing Revival. Or some 5-piece set like Weird Tree. Even though they lose value, technically, if running Cleanse. Well, that's cost efficient. Aren't they both really expensive? Ritual is 4.7. Will last longer. Living Dark was 4K in 12 seconds. 30 seconds, right? Makes sense. So last time I played this build, I couldn't cast the Firebread. I was complaining about that. Oh, the Firebread's not going off. It was because of the stupid fucking add-on. Now it should be working, even if I don't light deck before the Firebread. Which is what we usually do. Gonna double check though. It should be fine. It's kind of weak nowadays. People can load up 15 negative effects in 2 seconds. And yes, I think that's one of the things they should buff about Plar. It may sound crazy, but I think they should buff Cleanse. Alright, well, GG. We got Chiranit in our team. Prefer CC bubble over heal bubble. Indoors or open world? I've tried in BGs. It does not get a lot of value in BGs. The unstable core. Javelin does though.
Don't lose focus.
Very OP heal over time. buff isn't a good idea. But there's so many dots nowadays. They could do it. Oh, wait. No, don't kill them. Don't. Can't even get close in time. Fuck. There goes my Acuity. Not the best character to play in 3v Pts, to be fair. Unless it's like Chaos Ball or something, maybe. Kinda fuck things up a bit. Wrong order of things. Is it gonna die to 4 damage? Take this. Very balanced PG. We have Acuity available. Do we have leap? We kinda do. And combo bombo. See here, it's behind. Do you want to ice heavy here? I'll root him a bit. The magic trick called block against the blade. We have another combo here, I think. And a leap into Fire Breath. We'll consider remove breeds and other important debuffs before enemy bursts you. In 1v1s, but I think it's a lot weaker if you have a lot of people on you, because you have too many debuffs, or if you have someone with Relican or Gerald, that just completely counters cleanse, I think. So I think they could buff it to like 6 or 7 debuffs. Maybe nothing too crazy, but they could also make it cleanse all of the stacks, not just one stack. Okay, this guy stopped fighting when his teammates arrived, so I'm gonna let him fight fair fights. I'll be that asshole that doesn't return the favor.
They've taken the point.
We have Acuity, we'll barbecue. It's not quite enough here. Pop up again. Getting sniped. Blocked up. Plus at the Sniperino. The bot there. I'm gonna die here, I think. Yeah, there's no way to line of sight anywhere. And great. Fucking dot Andy. Where's the somewhere cloaked. Yeah, Lumilahiden. Gonna push more stage effects buffs if they do that. Going that direction, it seems. You mean they can or cannot if they buff cleanse? If they buff cleanse, they can also buff the debuffs. Or potential debuffs. To make the cleanse more important. So I think a like rock paper scissors approach to PP is not a bad one. If they wanna lean that way. It's the other blade. Wooden. Lock the bubble there. What did the charm? Oh, that's gonna be some dipshit who interrupts this. And the sharks there in the bow. We still have the full value for the fireball. Just gotta get in Giga barbecued here. Why did I do that? That's the wrong fucking ability. He survives. He actually survives that. I think, for now. He also gets charmed there. Shucks. What, gank Rhinos here? What, 5-second cooldown on that synergy? You mean cleanse? Isn't it 20 seconds like every synergy? If you're talking about them. Pve Pahani. I wonder if this guy's Finnish. The Finnish word. I don't know how to translate it. It's like maybe he's going to learn is the translation. Or he or she, like there's no he or like there's no of that in Finnish language. It's hard to translate. Yeah, ever since 20-second cooldown. So I don't know why Purify would have a longer one. What a BG. Leap into charm? Oh, no. That's not worth whatsoever. They don't all get CC'd. Or pulled, for that matter. Still fucking sucks for this game mode. Where's this fucking nightmare trap though? Always snipe him. Not this one. It's over. Wow. What a BG. It seems good to play with people. Yep. Don't think they need to buff Templar defense. And not on PTS, I think on PTS is pretty strong, but when they do the rework and they probably hopefully redesign the class masteries a bit. Had to carry again. What do you mean? I was 1v4ing them. Unbelievable. The Shield Stroke might be back next patch. I don't know about that. When people complain about cleanse, we didn't have stage effects. Didn't have stage effects? Well, no, stage effects have always been there. But we didn't have Relican, we didn't have Gerald, we didn't have so many ways to just proc the stage effects, right? Or make them last 20 seconds. There wasn't a gazillion different debuffs from different abilities as well. But yeah, in a 1v1 you can definitely remove the LSS and whatnot if there's no Gerald, if there's no Relican. You were running the flags, okay, I see. So that's why I was 1v4ing. I see how it is. Yeah, Giant has been corrupted by the objective players. Did they mess though? Yeah. Because they were all focused on me. Can tools need to be nerfed across the board? I don't know about that. Not for Especially next patch when you have the decay passive. It's like a free relic at the moment. Sometimes it's just impossible to cleanse in some fights. If anything, cleanse should be stronger against the builds that have a lot of debuffs. Like that's how it typically works. From like RPG fantasy point of view. Usually you have the dot builds and cleanse builds are strong against dot builds and burst builds are strong against the cleanse builds and so on. The rock, paper, scissors kind of balance. Cleanse CP needs an extended cooldown. Weird tree needs a full rework. If they rework it, I hope you can track it after the rework. It's not trackable at the moment. Net shouldn't passively cleanse. It's only one though. Don't think Nets is that terrible. Do you know if Elesa's free skill putting on 5 negative effects? Yeah, if you go back super far into the past, then you didn't used to have that. You just allow self synergy for full cleanse on cooldown. That's it. That is an interesting idea. Every 20 seconds you could just fully cleanse everything. Would Ogi on Shield Sork on PTS seemed quite a bit weaker than Stem Sork. Yeah. You still have all of the weaknesses of shields that you used to have on Sork. Namely, you don't get good value out of Ardent Ward. So why would you build around it when you can cast something like Shroud and get Maze of Maim on the target, or Healing Soul, and Healing Soul gets you the Blood Magic heal as well now. So it's just a lot stronger than Ardent Ward. If Ardent Ward was good on PTS, it would be good on live as well. If the only thing you get is 10% of your max health every time you cast it. If you get that on burst heals too, then you just go back to full when you click the burst heal. A fun fact that that plus 10% is worth more than major vitality. You look at the like burst heal tooltips. Like 10k here with buffs, a bit more than 10k, 11k. It would have like 15k, right? But we have 36k health, so that would be 3.6k on the burst heal. That 20% worth of extra healing per cast.
You there. The Ivory Brigade has need of you.
Run some esoteric Mara setup. Still have trouble surviving. Yeah, no, it doesn't surprise me. Like esoteric is it's very weak against dots. You polyver on the relay setup, right? I think if you want to run esoteric, you need some like Shed Pain on top of that to counter the dot pressure. Maybe with that it could work, if you can sustain esoteric somehow. Or disdain, well, almost the same. Any of the buff PPs that stand out on PTS, Ares. Ares is multiplicative plus 10% for some reason. Well, I know why it's plus 10% actually. It's the same as Ingap. Increase your damage against the target by 20%. It's not damage done. It's damage against the target, which is a different modifier, so it doesn't stack additively with any other percentage modifiers. And that makes it really strong with things like the status mythic. Because the status mythic, what you get is in PvP you get 85% from that. So you would get 95% on your status base damage. If it worked additively. But because it's multiplicative, you get the 85% and then you buff it by another 10%. Which winds up being a lot more damage than it would be otherwise. Oh, you're talking about PvP sets. Sorry, I was talking about class sets there. I like the rally change. I think it's a lot more balanced. You also feel a lot less bad about running it on stam builds. Doesn't have the max magica. A bit less max like crit resistance, which is good. Definitely needed a nerf. They buffed Fast Strider, because that gets crit resistance. You get crit resistance on the Shed Pain as well, which is already like those are already good sets, and you probably see them a lot more next patch with those changes. Yeah, there were some other good changes too, but itemization wise, I think they made some good choices on the PTS. A zero radius light, I don't think that's good, even after the changes. I think all PP sets are resource agnostic now. Not all of them, I think, but I think most of them got something else than the max time or magical. Exotic also apparently still doesn't work against procs. They need to fix that. Oh, also, I'm gonna hop on PTS for a moment. I just remembered I need to test something. A little bird told me something about Koro and Releken. We're gonna find out if it's true or not. I heard something disgusting that hopefully they fix, because that is not good. What is your bandit settings? I can show them maybe next stream or PTS if I have the same ones. I was gonna just hop on PTS and probably get some food after that. Should be quick, I just need to log on DK. Made some fun Maxorg setup on PTS with Implosion. Wait, Maxorg? Congas top damage. Ooh, you have the status mythic in that case. Is it with symmetry? Some extra status proc sense? So every Implosion proc calls procs the Congas, then you get the status mythic damage on that plus the... Oh, just the Stain Dragon. Do you get Congas proc every Implosion proc? Or how often does it proc? That could be better without this Stain. Depending on the proc sense. Like 50%. You would get it close to 100 with symmetry. And just more procs overall from other things. Could be better than this Stain in that case. Or Heartland if you need a crafted set. Or like heavy set. Or medium. Symmetry slide. Makes Impulsion actually worth running at least. True. On a non-werewolf run. That could be good on werewolf too though. The status mythic and Implosion. She also buffed the hemorrhaging and Sundered. It's an interesting idea. Okay, we'll just fully stack Relican here. Just probably stay far away. 3.5k. Wait, 3k at some point. I believe it's under. And now if you pop Koro, the damage should be the same. It should not go up. It is the same. Okay, so I've been... unless I have full pen... We have 4k. Okay, good. They either fix it, or it just doesn't work the way the person thought. I see. I was worried for a bit. How do you survive Pybrand, Relic and expats from a decay? Like, how do you even survive that? Even without the Koro thing? We play werewolf, right? But what if they kite you? It's a range decay. Dragon is still better than Sunmere Spellweaver, yes. Because I think Sunmere scales... it scales additively with Status Mythic. It's actually really bad. Crawl Hidden. Would triple Bloodthirsty help Temple and Expats, or is this damage still lacking? I think the damage is gonna be lacking no matter what. Compared to other classes. If you want to play Sork, DK, or a Warden or Werewolf. Because Warden for some reason with Asylum Lightning and non-attack of all things is actually kinda insane damage. You can show it here. I've shown it a few times on stream, but just show it again here. The amount of damage you get is just disgusting. And the sustain is fine as a Breton. We're doing 80k DPS, 87k DPS. Okay, now it drops down a bit because I don't recast the sharks there anymore, but this is a PvP build. It's not the dummy with all of the buffs for you, like Major Vuln and the group buffs, Minor Slayer, Major Slayer, etc. We're doing fucking 70k DPS. And Chilled is doing 15k crit there. It's like half of Deep Fissure. I think that's the second hit. It's almost as spammable. Can you sustain that build? I think so. I mean, look at the Magicka. I'll do it again. Dummy standing in blockade and no attack. Yeah, but you can kinda use them to kite in PvP. Like in normal content too. If you fight outnumbered, then of course all of this is gonna be hitting multiple targets, blocking the shield on multiple targets. So you will get even more value out of it than the BGs. Or in like tower fights and so on. But I'm spamming Crazy Shock here. I can kinda sustain that without having to heavy. With the bots and whatnot. Less DPS there, but... This is also with the sustain class mastery. Not getting any value out of that. Not the normal value and not the increased value either. So yeah, this seems pretty strong. This could also be this passive perhaps. This one is not worth it, I tried it. Glacial Obstinance gives you like 600 weapon spell damage, 500, something like that. But not with full uptime, not even close. So you need to heal yourself when you're full health. And if you're struggling, you will never proc this. It only works if you can be super aggressive and not have any dots on you, always heal back up to full and so on. My Breton, yes, what's broke? Load screen for this house is not part of the house at all, I have no idea. 3k macro, it's not that much, but it is a pretty good amount of sustain. When I tried this on Nord, you can't sustain Nord at all. Like, it's just not doable. Gonna have to be Breton. Just one more time, I'll show the damage here, and I'll show why Arcanist sucks after that. How about that? We only get 65k now. Maybe I can keep parsing a bit longer. It's without using any ulti as well, by the way. You don't want to use ulti with the status mythic. Okay, well, 60k. It's kinda meh, but you can sustain it, right? And you can get higher if you get good crit luck. We went up to like 80k earlier. Now if you try that on Arcanist, it should make sense, right? You get a class set plus 40% status damage, you run the status mythic and do all these same things on Arcanist. You even have the tentacle for more damage taken. It should be better, right? You would think it would be better. I tried something else here. I tried subclassing Desperation. And I didn't save the old build, oops. With the Asylum Inferno, it has Vatesan instead of the Icefall, but... Oh, and I had a like 3-piece Dragon, because I tried Dragon and Asylum, you get about the same from Asylum. So you kinda don't want to run Dragon, I think, if you have Asylum. But this doesn't really buff the damage too much if I change this to something else. I have null attack. I did try null attack as well. On this one as well. Okay, so basically same build. It's a bit more damage because no Druid Train, you have Max Magicka here instead. You would have Druid Trainee normally, but... Or actually, do I have the... I do. So pretty much the same, except different class sets. In different class, you should have more status damage. Because of your passive stride. You don't have the Warden Mega Chill passive, but... I'll show the first example with... I can even do Arctic here. Kinda need Paladin for heals, but... I can even show that with the Arctic instead. And sure, I guess we can do Incinerate instead of the Cauterize. This build is full damage. The Warden I was on, by the way, that is a 30k plus resistances build. It's not some squishy build, like this actual tank as well. You can already see how this is not very sustainable. We probably can't do max health there. It's just pointless to even show that. We even have 3Ds for sustain and whatnot. So this bit subclassing. Oh right, we can't actually stack the tentacle. This doesn't work. We do like 20k less. We had 80k on the Warden with good defenses. Here we have 20k resistances, and I switch everything to damage instead of survivability. Your sustain is terrible. Okay, still the tentacle there. See if we can get even close to 80k. Okay, you get to 70k with the Arctic and Incinerate. And you're out of Magicka there. But you won't play it like this. You won't play 29k health. Because you also need this for the stun. That might be better than Disdain. No hemorrhaging then. A little less poison value. I think it's worth a try. Because I didn't have Disdain on I don't have it on this or on the Warden. But sadly we're gonna lose all the damage here. Because you would play this as a range build, right? And this with subclassing. The pure Arcanist was less damage, sadly. You get to 50k, 60k briefly. That's still with the attributes into Magicka though. So we get to like 50k. But you run out of resource a lot faster and all of that. Now if we switch to the Arcanist, it gets really bad. Detamorph hidden. Warden also it sucks in most builds, always behind in meta and PvE. Yeah, I hope next patch will be a bit closer, but if not, then you have the Warden rework in update 51. But yeah, pretty much everyone's DK or Arcanist at the moment. Or, well, beaming on some build. Can be Nightblade, can be Templar. Everything else falls a bit behind. Let's see, what did I have here? Armor buff. Kind of forgot what I had there. Oh, of course. Did I not have Vigor on the previous build? Guess I didn't have Vigor. So I was kind of missing one kind of important skill there. It was still behind the Warden damage wise. But yeah, the Arcanist passives are just not that great. Got this and I need sustain, so I went for this one. Oh wait, no, not this one, because you need to be able to actually spend the Crux. You need this passive. Otherwise you need to run Rune Blades and then you lose damage because you don't proc the save effects. Is this the Conquest build? How much damage do you get with that on the target dummy? I wonder how the stroke compares to Warden. 51k. Okay, it's a bit behind Warden still. Oh yeah, true, because it blocks more often. Right. But you see how pure Arcanist is? I was doing 50k with subclassing, I didn't even change the attributes into health yet, but... Doing like barely 40k DPS here. as a pure Arcanist. This is why I say Arcanist is just ass. It's Ascanist, it's not Arcanist, it's just Ascanist. That's what I will call it from now on. Sorry, Riotpas, if you're watching, but your class is shit. Lana, thank you for a follow on kick. Thank you, thank you. Like, I wish this was good. I really wish it was good. So I like the concept, I like the visuals on Arcanist, but how to make it not suck, I don't know. Did you test how often the implosion procs concussed? You check CMX for that. Hey, Empire. Yeah, that's me when playing Arcanist. It's just sad. I don't know how to fix it. Also, the normal stage effects like concussed, burning, all of that, they do less damage than the stage effects on Warden. Because this plus 40% is additive with other pads. So you don't get plus 40% stage effect damage. You get like plus 4% or something like that. Which sucks. Which really sucks. I can show it here. Gonna slot the Draken here. We do 10.7k concussed, 10k chilled, 8.5k burning. How much do you guys think the damage is gonna be without the 5 piece? Everything else is the same, it's just the 5 piece missing. See the DPS? It's the same. It didn't even... It barely moved. I'm down a 5-piece set here. It's actually more DPS than last bars. So that plus 40% damage. We went from 9.8k to 10.7k. That doesn't really seem like 40% to me. And chilled? Okay, chilled went up a lot for some reason. Burning 7k, 8.5. Again, not 40%. It's because it's additive. Like, still the damage increase is just... It's just not really... It's not there. If they want to make Arcanist good or playable, they should make it multiplicative. With the status mythic. So right now what we're getting on... what we're getting on, let's say, the Burning Brock. 7098 to 8495. That's 19%. It's half of what it says on the tooltip, right? Because it's additive. No. What do you mean no? It should be multiplicative. They want Arcanist to be good. Right now you only have Wardens as a good status build. If class doesn't work, classes are killing build diversity. One class can stack plus 40% stage effects through its passives. Makes no sense trying to run that playstyle or anything else. But you do more damage on Warden with the chill passive. Is there are reasons to do that on other classes, like the extra burning passive on Decay, or the chill passive on Warden. You just wanna focus more on that one particular status effect, right? Arcanist is kinda all around status effects. I think that should be stronger. This just doesn't feel like it's worth playing compared to the Warden. It's worse defensively, it's worse sustain-wise, it's worse damage-wise. Just very meh. Especially defensively, you don't get any defense out of Arcane's passives really. You have the double shields every now and then, but 15-second cooldown. And I feel like the shield is just insta-broken. Warden gets more than 1k weapon power, pressure plus burst at the same time, gonna be broken. It's gonna be one of the stronger things. Warden, but before Warden you have Werewolf and DK, I think, Sork. Hopefully some good changes on Monday. Let's see, was there anything else? I need to test the Conquest idea as well at some point. Especially on Werewolf. But I could try that already. I have the Werewolf setup. Just need to change the Pve Pts. Nightblade viable? No. Nightblade is the worst thing on BTS right now. Just very meh. Classed is good, yeah. Soul Cleaver is really good. But Nightblade overall, when you have to run Shadow and Siphoning, not really. Very easily countered, terrible defense. Terrible sustain if you Invis Cloak. I saw that earlier on live, but the reason you have to do DK on Nightblade is because one cast of Core Flame, you get, let's say you have like 20k stats, you probably have more than that usually, like 25k stamina magical. Let's say you're missing 10k, and you get 15% of that, you get 1.5k per tick. You get 1.5k instantly, 1.5k after 2 seconds, another 1.5k after another 2 seconds. So you get 4.5k per cast. But if you play Nightblade, you also heal. If you play Nightblade, pure Nightblade, and you try to get that resource back, those resources back by using Siphoning Strikes, you get 2.6k per cast. You have to spam it, and every time you lose a lot of health, right? So it's just not the same. The DK sustain is like 2 or 3 times stronger. And even with the DK sustain skill, sustaining Cloak is rough on Nightblade. It's really rough. It's just bad. Like, it is just bad, and it's some massive buffs, I think, to be decent. Cloak isn't even working half the time. Yeah, I mean, it is very buggy as well. You can mitigate the bugs by having a lot of, or bugs and just weird design. You can mitigate that by having a lot of speed. Because a lot of the Cloak issues are because of PB AoEs. Or because you can't make it behind line of sight before a, like, last tick of lightning heavy attack hits. Because that uncloaks you. But there are some, I believe there's some dots too that still uncloak you. Wait, where do I have Shed Pain? I was testing something on BTS. Oh, this is the build I want to play on live. Right. Oh wait, no, it's not, because I want the blind and 4-piece... 4-piece Highland Sentinel. It could be interesting to do though. Some Giga tooltip on the Shed Pain. They buff the 2-4. But if 50 is gonna be a shit show, I worry that it might be. a lot of people are very hyped about the class masteries, myself included. Like I was very excited for it, but I always thought it had a high chance of being very, very broken. And I think that's exactly what's going to happen. And it's also why they can never work on all of the classes at the same time. So even just adding a few passives, they're not redoing all of the skills, not redoing all of the class passives. They're adding a couple of class mastery passives for each class. That alone has caused a lot of balance issues. And you think like it's okay, it's super easy to balance, but it really isn't, because you have to consider PV, you have to consider PP, you have to consider the reworked werewolf. It's not easy fixes. But generally the only class you haven't seen one good build for yet. But is there a good Arcanist build? If you dual Wardens and Zorks and whatnot. Does one exist? We can try Wield on this, I think. Better than Nightblade? Okay, but that's not really not really saying too much. Better than Nightblade should not be any standard. Okay, just wanna test the status procs here. Can be hard to beat good players on DK, Sork or Warden, of course. Different to how this on live. Yeah, I suppose. 2 DKs on you right now, good luck. I mean, Kite is gonna have mobility. I think anything that's melee or can be outranged is still fine. Still fine, you can choose to not pick the fight. Or pick the fight when you have the advantage, but it's the things that you cannot kite that worry me, like range builds and builds with streak and werewolf to some degree. They do have a gap closer always. But it's kinda slow, the gap closer, I think. If you put dots on werewolf, assuming they fix the Sork class mastery, I think you can manage them. Normal werewolf got concussed on about 1/4 of implosion hits, a bit less. Yeah, so with something like symmetry, maybe double charge, then notice that. Could be some funny damage. They might also nerf that based on the dev post they made. Might be getting nerfed. Can probably missing something still. Or not. Trainee, but some impact damage. Can do imp in here. Was a shock set maybe good on Sork? Oh yeah, the Storm Cursed could be interesting too. Oh, don't tell me I don't have werewolf. Oh, fixed. But I have to do skills again. too many points in this passive, which is bugged. You want to have only one out of the... Hey, Indy, how you doing? We churned it for fucking hours and failed. You need to go to your crafter. Let's say I tried everything. No, Nightblade is just bad. Like, it just sucks. Maybe for like ganking it can work, especially if they buff the damage. But I still hate the survivability when playing Nightblade. And the sustain, it's kind of the same thing. Doesn't feel too fun. There's a lot of gankers, I know, right? Oh, you can't use Rampage. Actually, if you use this mythic as werewolf, just realized that. Oh, also Monolith maybe not the best set, but... Yeah, just have Savage Werewolf on. Doing 40k, that's not good. Just also have bow on, I guess. What the expedition is, make it an actual werewolf build. Oh, but I need the wield as well. I kinda fucked up. Of Dark Lock, don't know why they never ever nerfed it in the first place. Here's one of the more bizarre decisions. Why not Trampest doesn't get you below 170 all? Oh yeah, true. You're right. Should keep you ultimate. But 100% worth. Switch from Huntsman to... And from 50 to 56k DPS. Kinda close still though. But it's more... do you have the symmetry on that? It's DM, how you doing? Interesting using the 2H roll, but not sure what morph is best for PP. Onslaught. Definitely Onslaught. If you use 2H ulti, you wanna play some burst build usually. So you can do Onslaught into the 2H Scribe, which is an unblockable, undodgeable stun. So all you need to do is land the Onslaught first, and then you do your 2H Scribe into burst skill, like Bow proc or, well, Molten Whip, probably best option at the moment, but... I would probably flame damage here. Yeah, there's some ways to use it in a good way. Wait, how do I run this then? Wield, so it's werewolf. Bracers needed. Armgops helm. But this also makes Savage Werewolf always proc the hemorrhaging, I think. Every light thief. Didn't think of that. It actually synergizes quite well. Status Avu, is that a thing? Is that actually a thing? What's them nerf this rock passive though? Then all of this theory crafting is for nothing. So I mean, werewolf's gonna be weird. Maybe. There's definitely gonna be more than before. I don't know how many people will play werewolf. Never been a popular playstyle. I don't think it's gonna be like Decay, where you see them everywhere. Where was the old vampire? Maybe. This build is definitely gonna have a lot less durability. I think of using Twitch ult on top of Warden's Arm with Sharks. I mean, you can try that. It's just kinda hard to time all of that. You have to land the charm and then people usually try to kite it or get out of it. You just have to land that like onslaught right after, right at the same time. With the Shark timer as well, of course. Might be a bit inconsistent. I'm gonna use the OP enough. Maybe, but I don't know if it's gonna be that OP compared to alternatives. So off the shock procs, that's the implosion passive. You can see it there. Almost 60k. It's not bad. But it's not that like outside of the norm either. If you get that. Can cast my fucking heal. Use the rampage. So fucking laggy. Oh yeah, I don't have the food buff. Oops. 46. Rampage active. Should start getting more implosion heals there, or procs there. The sustain is fucking ridiculous, of course. Although I do have the rampage active. And it does help sustain wise. Getting 50k. I wanna see how crazy it gets with the implosion though. With all of the dots and... But it's not quite as much damage as I was hoping. 53, get the executes now as well. Boost the werewolf spamming abilities. Yeah, that's the short class mastery. Also werewolf abilities are super cheap, but... I have rampage here, but I missed that anyway. $55k total. I'm raising 13%. So how much did we get? Oh, this is not worth it. This is definitely not worth it. We get 8% from that. Like, sure, the passive itself is 6%, but I don't think you want to build for these stage effects. Get 33.8. It's gonna be less in PvP, keep in mind. So 35.4%. You get plus 80% on your stage effects. Hey Rose, how you doing? Yeah, the skills are free as well. With the this passive here. I was missing food buff. I don't think it makes too much of a difference, but it's nice to have, of course. Only 30k health. It's because stam attributes apparently. Of Tower Mundus could be different. Oh shit. Alpha, thank you for the raid. Thank you. How was your stream? Welcome everyone. We're just on the BTS testing stuff. Hope you had a good stream. Mogioiki, how you doing? Hello. Hello Alpha. Kevlar, how you doing? Thank you for the follow. Thank you, Mogi. Was great. Nice. Glad to hear. We're just doing some theory crafting on BTS. Trying to figure out if the status mythic is gonna be good on Werewolf, but just doing some BDs earlier on live. What were you up to? Onshun, how you doing? Looking for on your comic first, and then it's some golden pursuits. Oh, I see. Yeah, they have the pre-night market ones at the moment. Night market actually is in. Is it in 2 days? I think it's in 2 days. Need to actually Google that. I just remembered. Could be interesting. 29th. Okay, so 4 days then. Yeah, it says April 29th. Okay. It's not Monday, but that's on Wednesday, I guess. Okay, let's see how much we do with 40k health. I am not keeping the buffs up properly. What's the build? It's just Savage Werewolf at the moment with the status mythic and symmetry of the build. So I want to test if the concussed from the short passive gets a lot of value. So we need to kind of drop the dummy into execute to start getting good damage, but doing 50k now. It should be going up. We should be getting a lot of Sork passive procs here. I don't know what to do when you have the blood hunger though. Just AoE swipe, I guess. Around 54k. Maybe you do want this stay on Werewolf. You get the random staves effects from the mythic. So maybe the symmetry is not worth it. It's about the same damage as before, just 10k more health. Okay, for a bit slowly understand PvP, what's a long time before you get into something? Oh, well, I'm very glad the streams have been helpful. Also, I've not checked out your stream before, I think. Let me drop you a follow. There we go. Yeah, PvP is... there's a lot when it comes to PvP. And it changes basically every patch. We had the subclassing, then we have the decay meta, now we have the class masteries, and have to kind of redo everything, every patch. Which is a good thing and a bad thing. It's a bit... quite a bit to adapt every time, but it does keep things fresh at least. kuinka 7%? It doesn't proc from static reverberation. Not every time. Even with the build. This kinda sucks. Oh well. We tried it. I think I prefer the Gotif build. I have it saved. Nice. Interesting. Have to get out of Werewolf to change the build. Also, Yuda, how you doing? I did not say hi. 63k. Is that with Disdain and what's your other set on that? It's what I normally run, Stoken. Oh, so that's 12 field. Okay, got a bit more than I did. Team Mundus then. I do have... I do run Shadow Mundus, or I can't see it. It's better than Savage though. Yeah, in duels. In open world, Savage Werewolf should be super good though. Oh, is this a lot less damage actually? Just 34k right now. The dummy is high health though. Damage goes up when you start getting the executes. I could be poking the Gotif too though, instead of just saving it. It's kind of a defensive set for this build. Okay, this is a lot less damage. I don't think it goes to 60k. Or even close to that. But was the build better than Disdain or about the same? If I give it really easily, you get minus layer as well. Off Steam. Dummy damage quite a bit. So I get to 44. I was 53k or something like that. I mean, it's less damage, but you get so much healing. Because every dodge roll, that was a fucking 20k heal. Ridiculous. Oh, that was probably with the spammable though. Yes, 5.8 on the dodge roll heal. Plus the sword passive. So I guess a bit tankier version then. Only have Triune, not protective. On the jewelry. Is Patron going to continue to be unused? Yes. I think that set is terrible. You have too many percentage modifiers, it's additive. With all of those, and if you look at werewolf damage, a lot of it is not bleed damage. Well, 34% of it. Because it's additive, I don't think it's worth running. You don't get 20%, you probably get like 10% at most on bleed damage, and if your bleed damage is that's with the Savage Werewolf, we can skip that. If your bleed damage is 6%, you would get 6% damage, something like that. I don't think it's worth. Wait, I the Berserker Morph had to make sure. You do get more damage with the status mythic, but keep in mind in PvP the damage is also reduced. You get 85% rather than TT 170. So maybe Oaken is still better. So you do get the minor heroism and TT regens, even though you don't really need the regens. Rebuild 65k. It's still less than the like what Wardens get. It's crazy. But you do have a lot more defense as Werewolf. A lot more sustain. Infinitely more sustain. Yeah, no, I think I'm gonna keep Oaken. Wanna do a werewolf versus werewolf duel. Bit laggy, but can see how that goes. So do I want the tower? I'm gonna bullet change that. Don't even need all that stem sustain. Could get lower probably. You're missing a pen as werewolf. Get a bit more damage. Or I could get more tankiness. Gonna use my rampage there, so I'll wait 15 seconds actually. Don't want to start with that. Although it doesn't make a huge difference, I think. How is Avu versus Avu duel? Are those stalemates usually? That's the wrong... Or no, these are the correct bots, never mind. Steve here. Will I get the Giga heals from the rolls? You can kinda infinitely use roll. If you have 10 stacks, you can go for the Pve burst as well. Okay, got him. It's just disgusting healing and sustain. I never drop, like, my stam never dropped below 80% there, I think. How much do I gain from Gotif? 10%. Music died? Oh, I see. Sorry, some audio issues. Tactical distraction. No, I didn't plan that. Okay, should be fixed. Respots would help? Yes. It's not like you run out of Magicka or stem. Do physical resistance. but I can switch to spell resistance, fighting decays and whatnot. So that duel was... Wait, no, this wasn't the duel. No, this 1 second, okay, I was scared. 10k HPS, it's only 6k HPS. It wasn't 10k, 6k DPS, 6k HPS, 6.5k DPS tanked. I didn't use the Gotif burst. Design looking bad? Yeah, no, werewolf is really cool. Wait, I have rampage. Gonna click it here. I'll have it for the first few seconds, but it's broken. Yeah, yeah. This, but it's mostly because the passive. And like this is why. It's just so fucking broken. Okay. I need to roll there. Big roll arenas. Still CC in there. Big damage. Nom nom nom. Executes. Oh, okay, got him. Oh, I didn't use the rampage there. I should keep an eye on the rampage. Ay. Most boring gameplay. On live it's really fun. I think it's just broken. It's just broken. Fear never casts. Oof. That sucks. That sucks. But I like the playstyle of werewolf. It's like very hit and run. You have so much mobility. You kind of go in here. It's like try to death zone the opponent kind of. If you fight a melee build, stay close enough to engage when you need to. When you can land the like heavies and swipes, and it plays similar to live. It's just giga broken compared to live. I did 5.5, took 5.6, and healed 5.6. Got if 7% there. But you always get the heal when you need it. Like that and Blood Magic when you roll. You get a 5k heal. 5k, like a mini burst heal basically. With 37k health. You got more health and more value from the Blood Magic. And Gotif both. This combined 41% of the healing. But yeah, they need to fix the jump animations a bit scuffed. I think that's hopefully one of the feedback things they read about, but I could try the Warden. Unless you wanna fight the Avu more. Could try the Warden if the build can survive now, but I don't think it will. Yeah, I'll hop on the Warden. So I do need to get some food soon too, it's almost midnight. Still wanna end the stream right after getting raided, that's a bit rude. But yeah, they do need to... You need to tune some things down, particularly the class mastery with werewolf. Because you build, I don't think Quella is worth. Yeah, I'm just rolling all the time, you can never get the full stacks. I think rolling is gonna be one of the better ways to play in the next patch. What food did I have? Oh, I do have food. Atromundus. We get we get the right. We get the minor toughness, so I get to 30k health. Yup. Okay, we are so cooked. I can't outkill this. I'm holding block spamming heals and we're out. You can't do that against werewolf, you just die. So you have to kite or just do so much damage that they can't fight back. Still. And I do think I have damage when I go for the crushing shock, but once I start taking damage, I'm just fucked. Okay, let me actually, I'm just gonna replace some AoEs before they fight. So stupid, yeah. I do have the bird now, I could try to use that. Or build around God Soul. No, it's not enough damage. It's gonna be a no charm because she's immune, right? Yeah, no, I don't think it's something you can fight. I have 30k resistance and whatnot, like, you can't really change anything here. I do run out of magic, I do. What if I change to... it's not gonna make a difference, but... What if you take 15% less damage? Is it gonna make a difference? Something tells me it won't. Like you will just never survive. The unstoppable pop as well. Stun? Almost. Okay, he's kind of fighting in the ice wall. Oh fuck. Okay, close. Like I can almost get you, but if I have to start healing, if I have to play defensive, if I have to go for ice heavies or any of that, I have lost. Bash cancel feel too early? Yeah, it has a cast time. It does have a cast time. I would try to dodge cancel it. 7k damage. Yeah, 7.2k. But I think after, honestly, after the changes, or after they nerf the, if they nerf the Sword Classmaster, I think it might be fine. Rank 2 of the passive, oops, missing a bit of damage. But I do like this better than the Warden I had previously. I shouldn't have used the bot there, I'm dead here I think. You need to kind of build for a roll spam I think, maybe that's the solution. There's a stun. And now I die. So I spent all my offense there, all my stats. I didn't buff the heals because if I go for rebuffs, I'm gonna be stuck. At that point, 28% from shield is insane though. I'm also trying to be super offensive, so it's not like shield is broken from the blockade and Arctic while we spam heals or stuff like that. It's 2.7 from that. I'm maxed. 8.2k DPS by the way. We do more DPS, but we can't sustain, we can't heal or out-heal the damage, but... What are you running on this? This Asylum Lightning, Nunatak, Ares. We have some Ice, Druid Trainee. So maybe after they fix Werewolf like this could be more of a fight. And in open world, imagine this build with the blockade, broken shield and the Arctic. Should be really good. Okay, let's do one last duel. One last duel. I'm gonna get food after this. Jokin, I tried Jokin, it's not as good. No, why not Charm? It was like 1 second too late there. Oh, rip. So what's bad, GR? I tried everything. I tried everything you can think of. I had Jokin, I had combinations of Jokin and the Nuotaken at Jokin and Asylum Lightning. I had Ares and Jokin. And this is the best combo I found. Ares and Asylum Lightning. Melsom Ice is back. Yeah, I think Melsom Ice is worth on this. But you can't survive really on Warden. I have to do more Velfir. Okay, one last one. I'm gonna try the Velfir and just spam roll. But eventually you run out of stam. And the werewolf doesn't. That's the problem. Also, I'm probably not gonna survive with 0 impen. But we can try for science. Last one until next one, yes, but after this I'm out of ideas. Full well fitted, one reinforced chest, but that's it. Did I even get shots there? No, I'm just trying to dodge there. The fuck? Okay, no, that doesn't do anything. I burst heal and the fucking dots out them as the whatever I burst healed for. Warden recovery mastery, I had it on earlier. You just take more damage, you have to spam even more heals. You just can't survive it, like the Avu at the moment. So you can put them on defensive, as a Warden at least. This felt better than Bountiful Harvest. Oh well. I guess we know what we cannot fight next patch if they don't change things, but they will change things. Almost 3k DPS from stage effects there. Oh, you're using the... Right, you have the status mythic, right? Concussed, big damage. It's because I drop into execute. So the... yeah, I forgot about that as well. Then the shock as mastery stats broken. Wait, you have symmetry at the moment? Just proc concussed from every reverb here. Concussed. Okay, so you have symmetry, yeah. Seems almost guaranteed. It was 15%. It's not guaranteed, but... well, like 70% chance, something like that. Yeah, there's some procs without the concussed. Some proc RNG as well. But I still think the main issue is just the other passive. So if you didn't have the infinite sustain and the heals from every dot soul and ability cast, then it would be a lot harder to survive the 8.2k DPS as well from the Warden, right? So I think it's not just like, oh, Werewolf has too much damage. I think that part is fine if you had to play defensive as well. What you mean, Blood Magic is only 2k HPS. Yep, and the infinite sustain. Balanced. Also the spammable, if they want to nerf Werewolf, if they want to change something on Werewolf, I think the spammable shouldn't be a burst heal. Unless you have Rampage active. I think that would be a good middle ground. Because having a spammable as burst heal also devalues your actual burst heal as an ability. I think it should be more situational. 70k burst, yeah, exactly. So you have to be rolling to prevent that. Pretty much the only counter. You roll or you kite. And you can't do either of that on a Warden. You kinda have to be a Sork. Or Nightblade with Invis, but you have Claw as Werewolf. No, never mind, you have the Crouch skill now. Nightblades are super fucked against Werewolf. I don't know how you're supposed to survive. But yeah, they'll have to figure that out at SOS, how to balance things. Streak away fast. Yeah, or streak through the Werewolf and apply some pressure, and then the Werewolf has to spam the burst heal. So you don't get any heals otherwise, or you do with the dark magic, but there's a lot of ways to deal with it, I think. This is crazy though. I got 2.5k DPS from Chill. Doesn't work forever, fought Pelican like that. Yeah, eventually, like, you probably run out of sustain or get caught, right? But you can kill werewolves as a Sork. Also on I could kill you if you made a mistake. I could kill you with this, because the damage is so fucking high, I think. Also, this 6 seconds. That's how long the duel lasted, but 20 seconds. It's still 8.2k DPS. 2.3k from Chill. Has to kill him 2 times. If the fight lasts longer, you just die. Yeah, but Werewolf has better sustain, because the abilities are so cheap. On Sork, you still spend a lot of on your abilities. That's why. So the long fight goes to Werewolf. In that case. I think Belly was running. What was it? It's like twice fanged or something like that. What's the only thing you ever run out of resources against? As a Stem Sork, yeah. That's the only thing sustaining even better than the Stem Sork, right? Or maybe DK is close with the Heart of Flame, but I think Sork sustain is better. Honestly, with the class mastery. DK doesn't get any sustain passives. Last I checked. Or no, you do get some for stam sustain, right? If you block or something like that. Can you check something for you if you... yeah, sure. What do you want me to check? So let's be honest. Curious if 1000 Eyes and Deadlands can proc on the same heavy tick. I think they can. Quite sure. I don't have... I'm gonna log on some other character. I have no space on this one. Relative as Huntsman. Oh, okay. But Status Mythic is better than Huntsman. Based on earlier test. Can test on Nightblade, I guess. I think it's also really interesting, potentially with Disdain, because as a werewolf, you don't have LSS, right? You lack a lot of status effects. But if you run the new mythic, every 4 seconds you proc 2 random ones. Normally that would not be good uptime, but if you have Disdain, maybe full uptime on the minor maim and minor vuln and all of that would be good enough value. I could try that instead of the Savage Werewolf. You also get more max health and more max stam and magicka from the Disdain, so even more Sork passive value. Could be decent. Okay, so 1000 Ice and Deadlands. Deadlands is in Overland sets. I know Deadlands is one of the few sets that still has the, like, you cannot proc procs at the same time with other procs, but I think that only works with other sets that have the same restriction. They should get rid of that, by the way. Like, new sets don't have it. It's only the older ones that do. Yeah, Disdain Wield could be solid. Could be very solid. Wait, what else? I mean, I need the... I think it's just in armor. I thought there was a special box for them, but... It was in previous PTS, I think. 1000 Eyes. Okay, let's see. Does this... Does this proc both? I think it should. Proc it with medium wave. We have to crit though. So... we just guarantee the crit here. Yep, they both proc. Works. It's a really cool set. I hope it's gonna work. Because there is some issues with it, like the 15-second cooldown. I think they should reduce the cooldown. Strongest gang patch incoming on Night Market launch. Maybe. Easier to avoid, or harder to avoid than Untelmere, but also increase all of the damage after you land it. Could be interesting. It's also interesting for Bomber, because every time you kill someone with the debuff, it jumps to the next one. So maybe you do like a lot of AoE damage, you kill the first person, then it jumps to the next one, it does the damage again. Then you kill that next person with the, like, some AoE tick, for example, like Powerless, for example. And then it jumps to the next person, and again it deals damage, and the damage taken debuff gets bigger and bigger, so it's kind of like a 1vx set as well. It's really cool design, I just wish it had less cooldown. I think the 15 seconds could be 10, for example. The one is fake as fuck since the nerf. It kind of works on my bowblade, timing wise. Kind of works to some degree. Vicious Death ticket, maybe, it depends on how the... I mean, do you really need it though? I think they both do the same thing. If you have Koro active, lots of crit damage, I think you might just kill them with 1000 Eyes already. You can go for something else than Vicious Death. Except, unlike Vicious Death, this one also provides some value against single target. But yeah, this is definitely the best most set out of the Night Market ones. The other ones are really bad, like the Crocus and the Frost damage set. I wish it was like non-attack, where it always blocks the shield when you're in the AoE, but it doesn't work like that. The proc sense is super garbo. Against Tamir Vele is better, of course. Against players this day might be. Yeah, depends on what you find. If someone's rolling a lot, then... well, maybe not that much Vele value at that point. But yeah, I'm gonna call it a day here. Need to get some food. Let's see who's streaming at this time. Okay, there's someone I haven't really talked to in ages. He's a very chill dude. I think he's recently back to ES, so it's Mr. Sage Toad. 20 Pve Pts by the looks of it. But anyway, thanks for now. Thanks for doing this also, Svakarel. I'll see you all on Monday. We have more PTS patch notes. Some big changes from what I understood, so it should be interesting. But yeah, anyway. Have a good one. See you next time. Bye.